You all see the slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see it, sir. Thank you.
So, okay.
Please, sir, can you speak a bit louder? Your voice is very low. Please, I can't hear you.
All right, so can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We
Yes, I can hear you, but if you can still increase the volume, maybe it's from the audio at the back end.
Okay, well, you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear.
Thank you. All right, so as I just mentioned earlier, I'll be taking you guys on Module 4. And Module 4 is procurement of goods, works, non-consultancy services. So that is what we are going to be looking at. And with me taking this course, we have other facilitators that we are working collaboratively on this model. So I have with me Engineer Professor Herbert Nwoko. He is going to be joining me in this slides presentation. Then also I have with me also Engineer Dr. Shidebere Njoko. He is also going to be joining me in taking this section. And also with me taking this section, I still have Professor Benedito Zurumba. He's also going to be joining in taking this section. So before we begin proper, I will want us to look at an overview of what we are going to be looking at in this section. First, we are going to be looking at, in this Module 4, the sections we are going to be discussing. We're going to be discussing pre-qualification when it comes to standard bidding documents for procurement of large building works. We are also going to be discussing standard bidding documents for procurement of large bidding documents. And also, we are still going to be discussing general conditions of contract. Then we are still going to be talking about special conditions of contract known as SCC. Then we will also discuss standard bidding document for goods. Then we are still going to talk about contract forms for goods. Then we are still going to be discussing works and non-consulting services. And we'll now wrap it up with a standard bidding document for information technology. So these are the sections we are going to be discussing about. I hope you guys can hear me clear.
Crystal clear.
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes, sir.
All right, so having talked about the various sections we are going to be discussing in Module 4, we are now going to begin the discussion this morning by looking at the standard bidding documents for procurement of large building works. So that is the section we are going to start with this morning as we begin the discussion on procurement of goods, works, and non-consultancy services. All right, so let me just take this thing. All right, so having said that, we are going to start by looking at the learning objectives of this model. Please just let me know if the slide is moving. Is it moving, please? Huh?
Yes,
Yes,
it
sir.
is.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is, sir.
It's moving. It's
Okay.
moving.
So now
Yes, sir.
we are going to start with the learning objectives. Now, it's expected that at the end of this section on a standard bidding document for procurement of large building works, every participant should be able to at least explain the purpose, the structure, and significance of the standard bidding documents for the procurement of large buildings. Hello, please. You are interfering my class. I don't like that. And stop that. Good morning, please. So please, we're talking about the learning objectives. Then the second learning objective is that it's expected that every student should be able to prepare and evaluate an effective invitation to tender. Talking about bid advertisement in accordance with public procurement requirements. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes, we
Yes,
can
sir.
hear
Sir,
you.
we can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you, sir.
All right. Then
Yes,
also, it's also expected that this participant should be able to identify and explain the essential components of a tender document for large building works. And also, the participant should be able to demonstrate the procedures for the preparation, submission, and opening of tenders in line with procurement regulations and best practices. We also expect that the participant should be able to apply appropriate methods for the evaluations and comparison of tenders using established qualifications and evaluation criteria. Then also, still on the objectives of this section, we still expect at the end of this section, the participant should be able to explain the procedures and requirements for the award of contracts to successful bidders. And also the participant should be able to interpret and apply the provisions of the tender sheet in project-specific procurement. We still expect that at the end of this section, the students or participants should be able to assess bidders' compliance with the qualifications, eligibility, criteria, and requirements for large building works. We still expect at the end of this section, the participant should also be able to explain the preparation, the structure, and applications of the bills of quantities, including the headings of the bill of quantities and infrastructure facility requirements. And by the time we begin to conclude this section, we expect that at the end too, the participant should be able to interpret and apply works requirements, including specifications, drawings, and designs to ensure accurate tendering and successful projects. So these are the learning objectives of these sections. So just a minute, let me check something in my, let me share this. All right, let me just check something. All right. I hope we all can see the slides clearly.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's good, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
While we progress with this discussion, we are going to be looking at invitation to tender. What invitation to tender or what invitation to bid or advertisement is all about. So that is what we are going to be looking at on this section as we begin this course. Now, when we talk about invitation to tender, or when we talk about bid, or when we talk about advertisement or bid, we can say that invitation to tender is also known as a very specific procurement notice. Is regarded as procurement notice that is issued either as a public invitation for pre-qualification or in the absence of pre-qualification as an invitation to tender. Now, if you look at the invitation to tender, it is normally advertised in national dailies or in various websites like the Bureau of Public Procurement website. It can also be advertised in various social media websites. In recent time, we have seen some invitations to tender even being advertised in social media websites, even in some scholarly websites. So these invitations to tenders, they are advertised in recognized newspapers, official websites of the public procurement entities. They are also advertised in Bureau of Public Procurement websites. Now, they can also be advertised in procurement, various procurement organizations' notice board. Now, this invitation to tender is advertised on the procurement entities notice board and also on official websites. And at least it is also advertised in 2 national newspapers. So these are all requirements for invitation to tender from the bid under the bid data sheet. So now, the next thing we're going to talk about under this invitation to tender is to look at typically the invitation to tender, what constitutes invitation to tender. So we have to look at the things or the informations that are supposed to be included in invitation to tender. So the things that need to be in the invitation to tenders, one, you must have at least the name of the procurement entity. Then also, you must also have the contact information for obtaining bidding documents. You must also have the cost of bidding documents. Then you also have another information like submission instructions. You will have requirements or required bid security amount and form if required. You also have information like place and date of bid opening. So other information that you are likely to see in that invitation to be tender are things like whether there is going to be domestic preference, margin will be applied in the evaluation. So when there are cases of domestic preference, you will see it. And if there are going to be cases of domestic preference, what it means is that that contract is likely to be advantageous to the locals of that environment. You also find another information like minimum qualifications that bidders must meet. So these are the informations you have when you talk about invitation to tender. I hope you guys can hear me clear.
We can hear you, sir. Go
Yes,
on, sir. We
sir.
can hear you, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, having talked about invitation to tender, we will now progress to look at the content of tender documents. The content of tender documents. So now, this brings us to B section of the content of the tender document. So if you look at the content of the tender document, the sections of the tender document has been broken down into 3 parts. And the first part is what is known as tendering procedure. The second part is what is known as works requirement. While the third part is known as the conditions of contract and form of contracts. So these are the 3 parts of the content of a tender document. So we are going to be discussing these in this section. Now, we are going to start by looking at part 1 of a tendering procedure. And part 1 of tendering procedure, this first section talks about instruction to tender. Now, if you look at these 3 parts I have just mentioned, part 1, part 2, part 3, you see that they are all in various sections. They are all occurring in section 1, section 2, section 3, down to section 10. So these are the things we are going to be talking about. But in this section, I am going to be dealing on part 1 and part 2. Part 1 is tendering procedure, while part 2 is works requirement. My colleague, Engineer Professor Herbert Nwoko, is going to dwell on part 3, which is conditions of contract and contract forms, where he's going to be discussing general conditions of contract with you and also discussing special conditions of contract and contract forms. So, but for this section, our focus is going to be on part 1 and part 2. I hope you can hear me clear.
Yes, sir. We do.
All right, thank you. So while we progress, we are going to begin with part 1 of the content of the tender document, where we are going to be discussing tendering procedure.
Your slide is not moving. No, your slide, you're still under the sleep. Your slide is not moving. We are not catching up with what you're saying.
Your slide is not moving.
Okay, what are you seeing on my slide there? What are you showing? What are you seeing?
Learning objectives.
Learning objectives.
Learning objectives continued.
Okay, hold on. Let me just end it and start all over again.
Thank you, sir.
You mute all of them, please. Can you all see the slide now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We can see it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Is the slide moving now?
Yes.
Yes, it's moving.
Is it moving?
Yes.
Okay.
Invitation to tender.
All right.
Yes, we are good.
All right. So let's continue. So please, I will advise that all the participants, please kindly mute yourself. All participants, mute yourself, please. All right, so we are not talking about the content of tender documents. Like as I said, that the content of tender document is broken into three parts. The three parts, we have part one, tendering procedures, part two, works requirement, then part three is condition of contract and contract form. Who is this? Hamza, please. Yes. All right, please. I wouldn't like to remove people from this my class, but if anybody disturbs me, I will be forced to remove you from the class. And if I remove you from the class, you will not join this class again. Please, I want every one of us to respect ourselves. Please, I don't want any noise here, please. If I see any noise, I will send you out from this class. Please, let everybody respect themselves. And especially those of you online. If I see any or I hear any noise again, I remove you from this class and you won't join this class again, please. All right, so let's continue. We're talking about the content of tender document. And as I said, we have three parts. The first part is tendering procedure. The second part is works requirements. And the third part we have is conditions of contract and contract forms. And under the first part, where we have tendering procedure, we have section 1 to section 4. And we look at the section 1 talks about instruction to tenders. Section 2 talks about tender data sheets, while section 3 talks about evaluations and qualification criteria. Then section 4 talks about tendering forms. Then when we now progress into part 2 of works requirements, that is where we are going to be discussing section 5, section 6, and section 7. And section 5 talks about bill of quantities. So this is where we are beginning to look at a typical headings of bill of quantities. What should be in bill of quantities? Then we'll also be talking about specifications. Then we'll take a look at what the drawings is all about. Then by the time we move into part 3 is where we are going to be looking at conditions of contract and contract forms. On that part 3, we are going to treat 3 sections, section 8, section 9, and section 10. This is where my colleague that is facilitating on conditions of contract will be coming in, and this is where he's going to be discussing on these various conditions of contract, whether it's the general conditions of contract, or special conditions of contract, or contract form. So he would going to dwell on those sections. On this note, we are going to begin to this discussion by looking at part 1 of the content of tender documents. So we now move into part 1. So part 1, we are going to start with section 1 of part 1 of tender document. And that section 1, we are going to begin with instruction to tenders. Now, if you look at part 1A gives us about the general provisions about instruction to tenders. Like as I said, under part 1, part 1A talks about, part 1, section 1 talks about instruction to tenders. And this instruction to tenders, you will be shocked that instruction to tenders is up to about 1 to about 50 areas that we're going to look at, about 50 instructions. So on this instruction to tenders, we begin with general provisions. And these general provisions, we talked about 1, we talked about the scope of tender. Now, on this scope of tender, the procurement entity should specify the name, identification, and number of lots. So when we talk about lots, we are talking about if these contracts are broken down into different lots. Maybe from the main contract, you have about lot 1, lot 2, lot 3, lot 4. So now this contract should specify by the procurement entity the number of lots that this contract has. Then 2, under the same general provision, it talks about fraud and corruptions. So this section captures part 11, and that part 11 is code of conduct of the Bureau of Public under Bureau of Public Procurement Act. So under Public Procurement Act, if you look at the part 11 of the Code of Conduct, it tells us that the Public Procurement Act forbids collusive behaviors and unfair competition in the procurement process. So this section 1 instruction to tenders, A, general provisions, number 2, talks about fraud and corruptions. That is highly prohibited. Now, on number 3 of section 1A, talks about eligible contractors. Now, under these eligible contractors, we have like the private firms, we have like joint ventures, and it will tell you that joint ventures must have a representative that are authorized to act on behalf of all members. And all members are jointly liable. So if you have a representative representing the members, so whatever that representative says, all the joint ventures or members are liable to whatever decision that is taken. Then under that eligible contractors, we also have public officers of the procurement entity. They are close relatives and firms in which they have substantial interest are not eligible to tender or be awarded contracts. So conflict of interest is forbidden in the procurement process. Then tenderers should not have been involved in corrupt, coercive, obstructive, collusive, or fraudulent practices. Then another information we have under eligible contractors is that a tenderer or a bidder or individually or as joint venture members shall not participate in more than one bid except is permitted alternative tender. Then also another information on eligible contractor is that no demand firm or individual can participate in public procurement. So once you have banned, it means you cannot participate in any further procurement unless the ban is lifted. Then also another information about eligible contractors or private firms or joint venture is that local firms must fulfill their obligations to pay taxes, to pay pensions and social security contributions and be registered with BPP. So you must meet these regulations or eligibility. Then another information for eligible contractors before you can bid is that except exempted under Section 80 of the Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020, all foreign firms must first be incorporated in Nigeria to qualify to execute a public contract in Nigeria. So if you are a foreign firm, you must first, or your firm must be incorporated in Nigeria. And that is what will qualify you to execute public contracts in Nigeria. Then, still on Section 1, instruction to tenders. We'll now move to number 4, eligible goods, equipment and services. Here, goods, equipment and services originating from countries described in information to tender, they are not eligible to be procured. I want us to take note. Eligible goods, equipment and services. So goods, equipment and services originating from countries described in instruction to tender are not eligible to be procured. Then we have information number 5 or instruction number 5. Tenderer's responsibility or bidder's responsibility. A tenderer or a bidder bears the cost and the risks associated with participation in a public bid. Then we now move to instruction number 7. Clarifications and amendments of tender documents, sites visits, pre-tenders meeting. Now here, tenderers or bidders at their own responsibility and risk are encouraged to visit and examine the site of the required services, and also is their responsibility to obtain all information necessary to prepare a responsive bid. Then pre-tender meeting. Under clarifications and amendment of tender documents, the procurement entity specifies in the tender document if a pre-tender meeting will be held, and also when and where. Then the procurement entity should also specify the procurement entity should also specify if pre-arranged pre-tender visit, if pre-arranged pre-tender site visit will be held, and when it should be held. Also, minutes of the pre-tender meeting or site visits and response to any questions asked will be transmitted to all tenderers who have acquired the standard bidding document. Then the minutes shall be identified and source of the questions received. And a tenderer that is seeking any clarifications of the standard bidding document shall do so in writing as specified in the tender documents, or do so during pre-tender meeting or pre-arranged tender visit, site visits. Then we have instruction to tenders number 8, amendments of tender documents. Now, under amendment of tender documents, at any time before the deadline for submission of bid, the procurement entity may amend the tender document by issuing an addenda. So any addenda that is issued will definitely constitute part of the tender document and shall be communicated in writing to all who have obtained the tender documents. And also, where necessary, the procurement entity may also extend the deadline for submission of bids. This is to enable all the tenderers to also factor in their bids and also the information shared in the addenda. Then we will now move to instruction to bid, looking at the C part that is called preparation of tenders. Now, under this preparation of tender, we move to instruction number 9. Now, instruction number 9 talks about cost of tendering. Now, for the cost of tendering, the tenderer bears all costs associated with the preparation and submission of his tender. It is the bidder's responsibility. So the cost, the tenderer bears his own cost. Then instruction number 10 on preparation of tenders, it talks about the language of tender. Now here, the tender, as well as all correspondence and documents relating to the tenders, exchange between the tenderer and the procurement entity shall be in the English language. And where supporting documents are written in other languages, they must have a notarized English translations of the text shall be also submitted along with the bids. Now, we have situations where you have, especially when you have some foreign companies bidding for some jobs. So what it means is that if that foreign company maybe has in some sections of the tender has used some language that are not recognized as English, what it means is that there must be a notarized translation. So the tender must provide a translation in English to explain the meaning of that language. Then this brings us to instruction number 11, talking about documents comprising the tender. So the documents that makes up a tender document, one, we have form of tender. This form of tender is prepared per instruction to tender, item 14. Then we have schedules. These schedules includes price bill of quantities and completed as per instruction to tender 14 and 16. Then we also have what is known as tender security or bid securing declaration per instruction to bid. You can find out in instruction to bid 21.1, section TITT 21.1. So under that instruction to bid, you have the tender security or bid securing declaration, which a bidder or a tenderer must submit. And these tender security or bid securing declarations are normally issued to the tenderer by the tenderer's operating banks. So it can come in the form of a bank check or bank draft with a covering letter from the banks. Then we have alternative tender, if permissible. So these are the things you find in the tender documents. Then authorization to sign the tender, qualifications, documentary evidence, per instruction to bid 19, establishing the tenderer's qualifications to perform the contract if acceptable. Then conformity, technical proposal per instruction to bid. Then another document that comprises the tender is any other document that is required in the tender documents. So in addition to this requirement, under instruction to tender 11.1, joint ventures shall include at the minimum a letter of intent by all members to execute a joint venture agreement and sign a contract if the joint venture is successful. So these are instructions that are under the instruction to bid, under number 11. So we are still discussing instruction to bid on section 1. We are now moving into number 12. I hope you all can hear me, please.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. We can hear you.
All right, thank you. So this brings us to number 12 of section 1, instruction to bid. And on number 12, we talked about the form of tender. Now, the form of tender uses section 4 form, including bill of quantities. Without alterations, substitutes only allowed under instruction to bid 26, instruction to bid 26.1. That's section 26.1. So the form of tender, you have including the bill of quantities. Then under 13, we have alternative tender, not accepted unless stated in the tender documents. Then we also have tender prices and discounts. So the bidders or tenders must quote rates for all bill of quantities items. Unpriced items are deemed included in other rates. Missing items may be averaged from responsive tender for price comparison. And discounts must be stated in the form of tender per instruction to bid, section 14.1 and section 16.4. Then, under instruction to bid number 15, we have currencies of tenders and payment. Now, tenders and payment currencies must match. Bill of quantity prices in Naira, if allowed, in tender documents. Then contractors may request foreign currencies at least maximum of 2 with exchange rate based on CBN rates at tender opening. Then we now move to instruction to bid, section 1, number 15, technical proposal. Now, the bidders will include work methods, they will include equipment, personnel, they will also include schedule, eligibility documents, beneficial ownership information, and proof of qualifications. No conflict of interest is permitted. Then section 1, number 16, talks about document establishing the eligibility and qualifications of tender. Now, the document that establish the eligibility of tenders are one that tenderers shall complete the form of tender per instruction to bid for. So, it provides information to satisfy section 3, evaluation and qualification criteria. And justifications of margins of preference and beneficial ownership. Then number 17 talks about tender validity. Validity for the period of tender documents, shorter validity is equal to rejection. Procurement entity may request extensions. Refusal is allowed, but tender will be rejected if extended. The tender terms cannot be modified. Then we have tender security. Now, tender security is these are documents that the tenderer shall submit in his tender. A tender security or tendering securing declaration are specified in tender documents in original form. So a tender security shall be in the form of demand guarantee. A tender security shall be valid for 30 days beyond the tender validity or beyond the period of any extension of the tender validity. So this tender validity can also be like a bid security, that the tender in most cases normally obtained from the banks. Maybe an amount can be set aside, maybe something like if it's 11 million, 20 million naira, that the tenderer must have for him to start up that job. And the bank can issue a tender security on behalf of that tenderer, and that amount in that account should be valid for not less than 30 days. So then the tender security of unsuccessful. Please, let's mute ourselves. Please mute yourself. Then the tender security of unsuccessful tenderers shall be promptly returned upon signing of contracts and furnishing of performance security by the successful tender. So now, once the tender has been awarded, the tender security of all the tenderers that are unsuccessful will be returned to them. Then, still on this instruction to be, the tender security may be forfeited, or the tender securing declaration executed if a tenderer withdraws its tender during the period of tender validity, or any extension thereof. And if the successful tenderer fails to sign the contract or furnish the required performance security if required in tender. Please, I will say it again. Let's stop this disturbance. I wouldn't like a situation why. Okay.
Not petition.
Okay.
When you are ready to ask him, let them know.
All right. Then, like as I talked about, the instruction to tenders is very important. And we have been talking about tender security. Now, if a tenderer decides to tender for a job, and within the period of the tender, he decided to withdraw voluntarily on his own, he can forfeit that tender security. Then also, there are also situations if a tenderer eventually is successful, and after being the declaration, and the tenderer decided not to continue also, he can forfeit that bid security. So that's why we say that tender security may be forfeited, or the tender securing declaration executed if a tenderer withdraws his tender during the period of tender validity, or by extension, and if the successful tenderer fails to sign the contract. So if the successful tender has been awarded the contract and he failed to sign the contract, he can forfeit this tender securing declaration. Then another conditions where he can also forfeit the tender declaration is if he also failed to furnish the required performance security, if required in tender documents. So tender security or tender security declaration shall be in the name of the joint venture that submitted tender, or in the name of all the joint venture members if the joint venture agreement has not been executed. Now, we will now talk about format and signing of tender. A tender shall comprise one, an original and duplicate copies of tender, and mark them as for confidential. So the tender shall be signed by a person who is authorized to do so. The written authorization shall be included in the tender. Tender for joint ventures shall also be signed by an authorized representative on behalf of the joint venture and be legally binding on all members as evidence by a power of attorney. And any interlineation, erasure, or overwriting shall be valid only if they are signed or initialed by the person signing the tender. We now move to D, submission and opening of tenders. submission and opening of tenders. Now, under the submission and opening of tender, we are going to be talking about sealing and marking of a tender. So, a tender shall be delivered in a single seal envelope, package, or container bearing the name and reference numbers of the tender addressed to the procurement entity, and a warning not to open until the tender opening date. So I want us to get it clear here that for submission and opening of tender, it must come or delivered in a single sealed envelope. It must be delivered on a package or container bearing the name and reference number of the tender. And it must be addressed to the procurement entity. And in that address, there must be a warning note not to open the tender until the opening date. Now, within the sealed envelope, package or container, the tenderer shall place an envelope marked original, then copies, original, and copies or alternative tender if required. The inner envelopes shall bear the coordinates of the procurement entities and tenderer, and the name and reference numbers of the tenderer. The procurement entity will not bear responsibility for any tenderer that is misplaced or prematurely opened due to lack of adherence to instructions on submissions of tenders. This brings us to section 1, still on instruction to tender. We are now talking about number 22. Like as I told you that this instruction to tender is over 50 informations. Now we move to number 22. It talks about deadlines of submission. Under the deadline of submissions, tenders must be submitted by the date, time, and place specified in the tender's data sheet. Now, the procuring entity may extend this deadline under instruction to tender 8. Then late tenderers, any tender received after the deadline is considered late and must be rejected. And not just only rejected, it must return unopened. And this rule is found on instruction to tender 24. Then under instruction to tender number 22, here we have charges before deadline. Tenderers may withdraw, substitute, or modify their tenders before the deadline by written notice. And that written notice, the information on how to go about it is found in instruction to tender 22 to 23. So after the deadline and during the validity period, no charges are allowed at this time. Then information number 23 of section 1 instruction to tender is tender opening. So except in case specified in instruction to tender 23 and 26.2, the procurement entity shall publicly open and read out all tenders received by the deadline in the order specified in instruction to tender 27. Then this brings us into another section of the instruction to tender that is also regarded as the E section, and this E section is known as evaluation and comparison of tenders. Now, under this section, we begin with 26, number 26, that talks about confidentiality. Now, under confidentiality, tenders, evaluations, and award recommendations remain undisclosed until the official intention to award is communicated. Any attempt by the tenderer to sway the procurement entity may lead to rejection. Now, from tender opening until contract award, all communications with the procurement entity must be furnished in writing. Then we have information 27, clarifications of tenders. Now, under clarifications of tenders, the procurement entity may request clarifications to aid in examining, evaluating, and comparing tenders and assessing tenderers' qualifications. Now, under these clarifications of tender, only clarifications requested by procurement entities are valid. No changes to prices or tender substance are allowed. Then also, except to confirm correction of arithmetic errors, all requests and response must be in writing. And also, if a tenderer does not provide clarification within the specified time, your tender may be rejected. Then we move to number 8 of 28 of instruction to bid. Now, number 28 talks about deviations, reservations, and omissions. Now, the following that we're going to discuss are the definitions that apply in area of evaluations. 1, we have deviation. Now, deviation in this context is a departure from the requirements specified in the tender documents. That's deviation, a departure. By the time you go outside the context, the content of the bid data sheet, you have deviated. We have reservations, setting of limiting conditions or withholding from complete acceptance of the requirements specified in the tender documents. That are reservations. So I said, by definition, that reservations is setting of limiting condition or withholding from complete acceptance of the requirements specified in the tender document. So if you have reservations or if you are withholding or limiting conditions from complete acceptance of the informations provided in the tender documents, its terms are regarded as reservations. We also have omissions. Omission in this context is failure to submit part of all of the information or documentation that are required in the tender documents. That's omission. Then we now move to number 29 of instruction to tender. And this number 29, it talks about determination of responsiveness. Determination of responsiveness. So when we talk about determination of responsiveness, we can say here All right, thank you. Sorry for that little break. We're talking about determination of responsiveness. Like here, the procurement entity determinations of a tender's responsiveness is to be based only on the content of the tender itself. And the content of the tender is defined in instruction to be 13. So a substantially responsive tender meets the requirement of the tender document without material deviation, without reservations, without omissions, and a material deviation, reservations, or omission is one that, if accepted, would look at the condition now. Would one affect in any substantial way the scope, the quality, or performance of the work specified in the contract? Then two, limit in any substantial way the procurement entity's rights or tenders obligations under the proposed contract. Or three, if ratified, would unfairly affect the competitive positions of other tenderers presenting substantially responsive tender. Then we also have non-material non-conformities. So provided that a tender is substantially responsive, the procurement entity may waive any non-conformities in the tender. For example, A, request tenderer to submit the necessary information or documentation within a reasonable period to rectify non-material non-conformities in the tender regarding documentation. And such information shall not be related to price, and failure to comply with the request may result in the rejection of the tender. Then B, another area of non-material or non-conformities are rectify quantifiable non-material non-conformities related to the tender price. So to this effect, the tender price shall be adjusted for comparison purposes only to reflect the price of missing or non-conforming items or components. Then we have arithmetic errors. So under the instruction to bid 2 in number 31, it talks about arithmetic error. So in situations where there are any errors considered a major deviation that affect the substance of the tender shall lead to disqualification. So where you have major deviation, it leads to disqualification. Then also, where there is discrepancy between the unit price and the line total price that is obtained by multiplying the unit price and quantity, the unit price shall prevail, and the line item total price shall be corrected. This is where you now have a case of accepting a minor deviation. That's in this case of discrepancy. Now, any error in the placement of decimal points shall be corrected. If there is an error in a total corresponding to the addition or subtraction of subtotals, the subtotal shall prevail and the total shall be corrected. And where there is discrepancy between words and figures, the amount in words shall prevail, unless the amount in words is related to arithmetic error, in which case the amount in words, if corrected, shall prevail. Then conversion to single currency. So this is the currency, usually Naira, that will be used for evaluation and comparison purposes. Then we also have instruction number 33. And instruction number 33 talks about margin of preference and reservations. Margin of preference is a policy of government to give competitive Advantage to domestic contractors or suppliers when evaluating tenders for goods, works, non-consulting services. It encourages participations of local industries and promotes economic development. Margin of preference is allowed in ICB procurement, and that's International Construction Board procurement, and where specified in tender documents, the procurement shall not be subject to reservations exclusive to specific groups per instruction to bidder. While we are still looking at, I'm just trying to see some information we have here. Let me see if there are queries that need to be addressed. So I'm just trying to look at the informations we have here on the screen, if there are queries. All right, so we continue. Then we talked about number 34 of instruction to bid, nominated subcontractor. Contractors may propose subcontractors up to the percentage specified in the tender document. So while the subcontracts must be qualified, their profiles cannot be used in evaluation. Then we have evaluation of tenders. So only the criteria and methodology listed in the instruction to tender and section 3, evaluation and qualification criteria, shall be used in evaluation. Now, in addition to the requirements in section 3 of the standard bidding document, the procurement entity shall consider the following. One, price adjustment. So price adjustment is in instruction to bid number 31.13. So under that section 31.13, excluding provisional sum. So what it means that price adjustment will exclude provisional sum. It will exclude contingency sum. So if any, but price adjustment will include day works item. It will also include price competitively. So prices will be priced competitively. So, but the price adjustment will definitely exclude provisional sum and contingency sum. Then we also have price adjustments due to discount offered under instruction to bid 14.4. So in 14.4, it says that price adjustment due to quantifiable numeric non-material non-conformities under instruction to bid section 30.3. And he said that any additional evaluation factors specified in the tender documents as the section 3. So here it talks about price adjustment due to quantifiable non-material and non-conformities under these sections. And in the tender involving multiple lots, the contractor should be allowed to tender for one or more lots. So contractors can be allowed to tender for one or more lots. So those lots can be regarded as work sections. Then each lot will be evaluated under instruction to tender 352. So the methodology to determine the lowest evaluated contractor is normally based on one lot, or a combination of lots shall be specified in section 3. So the contractor is required to prepare the eligibility and qualifications criteria form for each lot. So we move to number 36 of section 1, instruction to bid. Here we are going to be talking about comparison of tenders. Now, under comparison of tenders, the procurement entity shall compare the evaluated cost of all substantially responsive tenders established under instruction to bid, section 35.2, to determine the tender that has the lowest evaluated cost. Now, this is where we begin to have something like abnominal low tenders and abnormally high tenders. So when we can have abnormally low tenders, we can also have abnormally high tenders. So abnormally low tenders is one whose price is so low, it raises doubt about the contractor's ability to perform. Let me just take, for example, now, let's say you are tendering for a construction project. You are tendering for a construction project. Let's say you are tendering to resurface an existing road. And that existing road is, let's say, a 1 kilometer resurfacing an existing road just to pave the asphalt pavement. Now, instead of everyone, let's say, by calculation, we say okay that the square meter of an asphalt, let's say if the asphalt thickness is 100 millimeter thickness. So if it's 100 millimeter thickness and you begin to quote something like maybe 100,000 naira, and people begin to look at where is this contractor coming from? Are we sure he's going to perform this kind of job? Because the rate is abnormal. It shows that the contractor does not even know why he is there. Then we also have situation of abnormally high tenders. So we said that for abnormally low tenders is one whose price is so low, and it raises doubt about the contractor's ability to perform. And in such case, the procurement entity should request written clarifications and detailed price analysis, covering scopes, methodology, schedule, and risk. And if the contractor cannot prove capability to deliver at that rate or for that price, the tender is rejected. Now, this is a very good way of analyzing such contractor. Now, you discover that though the price is very low because everybody wants to buy things at a cheap rate. And not everything that is cheap is good. So because not everything that is cheap is good, we'll begin to look at one, what is the scope of what this man is offering us? What is the methodology he is going to use to perform this work? What are his schedules? What are his risks? And if the contractor is unable to provide this information, his bid or tender can be rejected. Then we have abnormally low tenders and abnormally tenders high. So we also have abnormally high tenders. Here is one that is unreasonable high, raising concerns about value for money, inflated costs compared to market price. So this is where you see our politicians. Sorry to say. Unfortunately, this is where we find our politicians, where you can see a price can be inflated like ×6. And I'm so happy because of what we are learning today on this standard bidding document as provided by the Public Procurement Act. if implemented to letter, you begin to see that we begin to have value for money in all our procurements. Now, after reviewing the market price, contract estimate, and tender documents, the procurement entity may seek clarification from the contractor. So if the high price is due to incorrect cost estimates, the tender may be accepted or rejected depending on the budget. Then also, if due to unrealistic specifications or scope, the tenders may reject and also the contract re-tendered. You can see the contract may be re-tendered, re-advertised. Now, if due to compromise competition, all tenders are rejected and referred to the Bureau of Public Procurement for independent review. So you can see here now, if due to compromise competition, sometimes we have what we call bid collision. We also have what we call, also named like bid rigging, where all the tenders are all compromised. And this okay, they form a cartel, and the tendering pool, they form a cartel, and in that cartel, they say, okay, since we are the contractors of this establishment, what we do, contractor A is going to win this contract. Every other one, we might bid, make our price very unreasonable, abnormally low, while contractor A's price is going to be high. So we can have such collision. And in such situations, the tenders all can be what? Rejected and re-advertised. I hope you guys are hearing me. Can you all hear me, please? Yeah, I just wanted to hear their voice.
You can lock it. Okay.
All right. Okay. So let's talk about number 38 of instruction to bid that brings us to unbalanced and front-loaded tender. So if the lowest tender appears unbalanced or front-loaded, the procurement entity may demand written clarification, including detailed price analysis from the contractor. Then after review, the procurement entity may accept the tender. It may also require increased performance security up to 30% of contract price or 50% of contract price, where a mobilization of 30% or 50% is requested as provided in the Finance Act 2020 as amended, adjust payment terms to reduce risks or reject the tender. So this is where what you normally find in situations of unbalance or when a tender is front-loaded tender. Then we have qualifications of the contractors. That's number 39 of instruction to bid. Now, the lowest evaluated responsive contractor must meet the criteria in section 3. Now, determination should rely only on the contractor submitted documents, not on affiliates, not on subsidiaries, not on parent firms, except permitted under specialized subcontractors. So determination should rely only on the contractor submitted documents. So a positive determination is required for contract award. A negative one disqualifies the tender, and evaluation moves to the next lowest responsive contractor. Now we have lowest evaluated tender. Tender of the contractor that meets the qualifications criteria and whose tenders has been determined to be most responsive to the tender document. That is what we mean by lowest evaluated tender. So a lowest evaluated tender is the most responsive to the tender document or is the lowest evaluated price. Then number 41 of instruction to bid, right to accept or reject any tender and to reject any or all tenders. So the procurement entity, they reserve the right, they have the right to accept is at their own prerequisites. They have the right to accept. They also have the right to reject any tender. To reject any tender. So any of all the tenders at any time before contract award without incurring liabilities to the tenderers. Sorry, please.
It's in your was last night, but one by
All right, please, sorry for that little brief. We are still on instruction to tender number 41. Right to accept or reject any tender. So we said the procurement entity reserve the right to accept. They also reserve the right to reject all the tenders. And in the case of annulment, all tenders submitted, and especially tenders security, shall promptly return to the tenderers. Then we move to number 41, number 42, award of contracts. So under award of contracts, the award criteria is that the procurement entity they shall award contract to the successful contractor whose tenders shall be determined to the lowest evaluated responsive tender, and is a tender that fully meets the requirements of the tender documents. When we're talking about the requirement of the tender documents, the tender instruction, the tender specification, eligibility to tender and compliance, and are judged as the one with the lowest adjusted cost among all substantially responsive tender. Still on award of contracts, the evaluation committee shall prepare and share the evaluation report with the approving authorities for clearance, and upon clearance of the evaluation report and before expirations of the tender validity period, the procurement entity shall issue notifications of intention to award to the successful tenderer, copying all contractors who participated in the tender. The notice of intention to award is on number 44 of instruction to bid. Here, it shall include the following information: the name and address of the successful tenderer, contract price of the successful tenderer, reasons for the disqualifications of other tenderers, expiry date of the standstill period, period within which the contract would be signed after the standstill period. Now, this brings us to know what we mean by standstill period. So what is standstill period? When we talk about standstill period, it's a period of 15 working days. And these 15 working days shall be observed commencing from the date of transmissions of notice of intention of award. This intention of award is given to all the tenderers to allow any dissatisfied contractor to launch complaint, and the standstill period shall not apply where only one tenderer was received. So it's a period to resolve every doubt why a tenderer is not successful. And then after that, we move to item 45, debriefing by the procurement entity. So an unsuccessful tenderer may make a written request to procurement entity for a debriefing on specific issues or concerns regarding the tenderers within the 5 days of the standstill period. So here, the procurement entity shall provide debriefing within 5 days of receipt of the request. So debriefing can be in written, and or it can also be recorded. It can be a visual meeting, but here the contractor bears its cost relating to such debriefing. Then we have letter of award. So before expirations of a tender validity period as well as the standstill period, upon resolving any complaint that has been filed within the standstill period, the procurement entity shall transmit the letter of award to successful contractor. And here, the contractor shall be requested to furnish the required performance security within 21 days of the date of letter. We have a typical example of an award and acceptance letter. Then, signing of contract. So upon expirations of the 15 days of the notifications to enter into contract, and upon parties meeting their respective statutory requirements, the procurement entity shall send the contract agreement to the successful contractor. And upon receiving also from the successful contractor within 14 days of receipt of the contract agreement, the contractor shall sign and return the contract to the procurement entity. And the contract also shall be entered into within the period specified in the notifications of award and before the expirations of the tender validity. This brings us again to number 48 of instruction to bid, where we are going to be talking about performance bond and performance security. Here, within 21 days of award, the contractor must provide performance security and require the tender document as required in the tender documents. Here, we have foreign guarantees must have a Nigerian correspondent or less otherwise approved, and failure to submit or sign the contract will annul the award and forfeit tender security, and the procurement entity may then award to the next best evaluated tender. Then we have publications of contract. So within 14 days of signing, the procurement entity must publish contract details, entity's name, contract reference. I also talked about the scope contract, the contractor, the price, the duration, the key dates, and list of all tenderers with corrected prices or notice board and website. So we have procurement-related complaints. Procedures for making procurement-related complaints are specified in the tender documents. This brings us also to section 2. Section 2 talks about the tender data sheet. The purpose is for customization, is for clarification, is for authority. Customization involves provide project specific details that tailors the general instructions to tender, while clarification is specified key information such as eligibility requirements, procedure for clarification. And the authority here, the tender documents overrides or supplement the general instruction to tender clauses wherever necessary, ensuring consistencies with the project scope and the context. We have a section 2. Under section 2, we have the tender data sheet. Under the tender data sheet, we have instruction to tender. 1.1, you have the name of the procuring entity and the procured project. Instruction to tender 1.2a, it states whether electronic procurement will be used or not. We have instruction to tender 7.1. It addresses the address and websites of the procurement entity for tenderers to seek clarification. We have instruction to tender 7.4. It states whether a pre-bid meeting will be held or not. The instruction to tender 10.1 states the language of the tender. Instruction to tender 11.1, it talks about tenders code of conduct for each personnel and mismanagement. We also have instruction to tender 13.1 that states whether alternative tender is permitted. If you move to section 2, tender sheet also, it talks about instruction to tender section 13.2. It states whether the alternative times for completion is allowed. 13.3 talks about whether alternative technical solution is permitted. While section 14.5, it states whether the prices quoted are subject to adjustment. And section 15.1, it selects the appropriate alternative currency options for the tender. Also, 18.1 specify the tender validity period, talking about the number of days sufficient for the procurement entity to complete evaluations of tenders and award of contracts from the date of tender submission deadline, also including any extension thereof. Then instruction to tender 19.1 specify whether tender security or tender securing declaration is applicable, and if the former, the amount and the currency should be specified. Then also instruction to tender 20.1 specified the number of copies of the tender to be submitted along with the originals. Then section 2, we're still on the tender data sheet. We have instruction to tender 21.1. It provides the coordinates and deadline, the date and time for tender submissions. Then also section 25.1 provide information on the tender opening. Section 25.3 specify the name of procurement entity, the staff who will initial the letter of tender and bill of quantity submitted by tenders. While section 32.1 specify the currency combination to be used for tender evaluation. And section 33.1 it states whether a margin of preference will be applied in the procurement. Section 34.1 it states the nature of subcontracting and also nature of subcontracting that will apply, and the selection of one option. Section 42.1 and 42.2 it states whether there's going to be performance security requirements. Then section 3 talks about evaluation and qualification criteria. Now, under evaluation and qualification criteria, we have one, general provisions. Naira equivalent shall be indicated for all monetary amounts in the tender. So the prevailing exchange rate on the last day of the respective calendar year of required construction or financial dates shall be used. The source of exchange rates used shall be identified as well. No other factors, method, or criteria shall be used. And the procurement entity shall use the criteria and methodology listed in section 3 to evaluate tenders. Then we also have 2 under evaluation and qualification preliminary examination. During this stage of evaluation, the procurement entity shall examine all tenders to ensure they meet in all respect the eligibility criteria and other requirements in the instruction to bid, and that the tender is complete in meeting the requirements. including, for example, checking for unacceptable errors, abdominal low tenders, and abdominally high tenders, and tenders that are front loaded. So tenders that do not pass the preliminary examination will be considered irresponsive and not considered for that. Then we also have tender evaluation 35, where we have alternative completion time if permitted. And then under instruction to bid in section 13.2, it can be assessed using rated criteria. And completion time also is a non-price factor, and therefore emphasis should be on value for money. Then we have situations of multiple contracts. The procurement entity can use one of two options. Now, where we have multiple contracts, option one, the procurement entity award contract for the single lot in which the tender meets the eligibility and qualification criteria for that lot. And option two, award more than one lot provided the tenderer meets the aggregate eligibility and qualification criteria for all the lots. Then we also have option two. In option two, the procurement entity consider all possible combinations of one lot and determine the combinations with the lowest evaluated price. The tenderer meets the aggregate eligibility and qualification criteria for all the one lots. Then we have alternative tender. Now, if permitted in the instruction to bid, only the technical alternatives of the tenderer with the best evaluated tender conforming to the basic technical requirement shall be considered. And also, like a margin of preference, for margin of preference, we have it in clause 34 of the Public Procurement Act, Schedule 2 of Public Procurement Goods and Works Regulations. So a margin of preference of 7.5% applies only in ICB, that's International Contractors Bid Works. And where local contractors or suppliers submit tenders, the price of the foreign tenders is marked up by the 7.5%. Also as determined by the public, the Bureau of Public Procurement. So from time to time, is to make the price of the local tenderer appear competitive. So contracts are awarded less the market makeup. Then the methodology for applying domestic preference is outlined in the regulations cited above. We also have pre-qualifications and post-qualifications. And in pre-qualifications and post-qualifications, information used to qualify a tenderer for invitation is reconfirmed after evaluation. And for tenderers without pre-qualifications, bidders must demonstrate minimum requirements such as liquid asset, unencumbered real assets, valid lines of credit, and the average annual construction turnover. Then we can also see that in qualification form in section 3 of the standard bidding documents. Then the average annual construction turnover should be at least 1.2 times the expected contract works turnover in a 12-month contract period. The cash flow requirements should equal 3 months of the work turnover within 12 months contract period. Then we'll have due diligence. And due diligence is verifications will include like experience. If the contractor or bidder has similar contract completed, the key personnel, the equipment, litigation history of the bidder, and record of non-performing contractors. We are still on evaluation and qualification criteria. We have a tender form. We say it's a standardized document that is normally used in procurement through which a contractor, supplier, or service provider formally submit an offer. And an offer is also known as a bid. And the objective of that bid is to execute a project, to supply goods, or to provide services under specified terms and conditions. And we can say in a simple term that a tender form is the official document that captures a bidder's proposal. Now, there are key features of a tender forms. And the key features is that one, it must have instruction to bidders. It includes pricing schedules or bill of quantities. It also requires signatures and authentication. It will have forms part of a legal binding contract and ensures uniformity and fairness in evaluating bid. Then Section 3 tender forms eligibility criteria and forms, they are also divided into 4 main headings. The heading 1 is eligibility criteria. You have that one from EL 1.1 to from EL 1.2. We have 2, contract history. We have that one on from CON 2 down to CON 4. So then we also have financial capability. And under financial capability, we have it on from financial from 3.1, which is financial situation and performance, from 3.1 down to 3.4. Then we also have construction experience. That's another form that you still have. We have that one on from 4.1 down to from 4.2. So it gives you everything about the general construction experience, contract bidder experience. Then another thing that is required here is schedule of requirements. This section of the standard bidding document provides detailed frameworks, a framework for what the procurement entity expects from the contractor. And this includes the timeline, the deliverables, and performance standards. So the schedule of requirements ensures clarity on projects execution by specifying completion periods and any phase delivery requirements. So in this schedule of requirements, the procurement entities should pay specific attention to several criteria aspects such as completion timeline, milestone scheduling of mobilization period, quantity benchmarks, reporting obligations, and special conditions, because they directly shape how the project will be executed and monitored. Still on schedule of requirements, schedule of requirements is a structured list of all projects. All this, they are all requirements that tells bidders about the bidders exactly about the scope of the work, about the materials and standard required. It tells about the phasing and the completion time, and it also tells about the key contents typically of that schedule of requirements. The key contents are like the description of work, where you have the site clearing, the excavation, the concrete works. It tells about the technical specifications and the quality of standard. It also tells about the bill of quantities or activities schedule. It tells about delivery, implementation, schedule, timeline. It talks about the location and site details. It also talks about performance, requirements, and milestones. Here, still on schedule of requirements, we have bill of quantities. Now, under the bill of quantities, we have notes and sample items for preparing a bill of quantities. So now, for the bill of quantities, yes, I can see a hand up. Sijaro, can we take that? Somebody is raising his hand. I don't know if we can. Abulahi, yes. Can you give him access to speak? Hello, Abulahi. I can see your hand up. You have lowered your hand. All right. Can you unmute all of them? Right? Huh? Okay, Abdullahi, go ahead with your question. Okay. All right. So now the objective and the purpose of bill of quantities are to provide sufficient information on the specification, descriptions, and the quantities of works to be performed to enable tenderers to be prepared efficiently and accurately. And when a contract has been entered into, to provide a price bill of quantities for use in the periodic valuations of work executed. Now, we have a typical example of a bill of quantities. So this is what we have in a bill of quantities. These are headings of the bill of quantities and infrastructure facility requirements. So if you look at the standard bidding document for works, for small works, you have the sections, you have the preambles, you have the preliminary items, you have the work items, you have the work schedule, provisional items, and summary. Then standard bidding document for works where you have large buildings. Now, under large buildings, you are going to have preliminaries, works items, schedule of work, schedule of day work rates. You have schedule of day work rates, contracts, contractors, equipment, day work summary, and provisional items or sums. Then under standard bidding of large works, roads, and bridges, for the bill of quantities, we also have preliminaries, we have work items, you have schedule of day works, rates, labor, you have schedule of day works, rates, materials, you have schedule of day work, rates, contractors, equipment, you have a day work, then you have summary and provisional summary. Then we have also standard works complex for infrastructure facility requirements, especially for the large project like epic projects. We have one, you have the statutory planning and the zoning constraints. We have the requirements there. We have order, we have concept, we have permit, license, and compliance requirement. We have a topographic survey. So these are infrastructure facility requirements for standard bidding document for works when it has to do with complex epic projects. We have like grant investigation, utility records, and land ownership information, groundwater, surface water, and hydrological information, environmental and social baseline data, then details of known accommodation work requirements, details of any risks or hazards, and any other physical constraints, then quality and environmental health and safety system to apply, and stakeholders engagement records and requirements. So these are infrastructure facility requirements when it comes to standard bidding document works for complex epic projects. Then this brings us to works requirements. Under works requirements, we talked about specifications, we talked about drawings and design. Now, if you have on my left, you have a typical example of drawings. And this drawings shows a typical example of a floor plan. So this is how a drawing looks like, a floor plan drawing looks like. Then if you look at on my right hand, you see a section showing a roof section. And this roof section gives you a detailed example of specification. So if you look at that roof section, it gives you details of everything you need to know about the roof. It talks about the synthetic roofing sheet. It talks about the self-sealing sheet. It talks about the Simpson hurricane ties. It talks about the gutter flashing. So everything about the specification of the roof, they are all detailed. So this is a typical example of a specification on a design. I think on this note, beginning to round up, and for this class, I want to thank every one of you for your time you have spent listening, and I hope that by the time you have this material, you begin to read them page by page, digest them, you'll have a more meaningful you begin to appreciate all that we have discussed this morning. Once again, I want to thank every one of you for taking our time to be in this first section of our Model 4, which is procurement of goods, works, and non-consultancy services. Thank you. So I'll entertain a few questions, or you can put the questions on our group chat. If you put the questions on our group chat, I will pick up the questions. I can now address them by when I come back, so that we can have a little rest, so that the next facilitator can continue. So yes, let me just take this one question from Umar Mohammed. Umar Mohammed, the mic is yours. You have the mic. Yes, Engineer Umar Mohammed, you have the mic. You can unmute yourself.
Answer.
Yes, go ahead. Umar Mohammed, I can see your hand up. You need to unmute yourself. Engineer Dekunle, you can unmute yourself. You want to speak? I can see several hands up.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Hello,
Who is
sir.
speaking?
This is Engineer Umar Aminu Muhammad, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir. My question is regarding the advert from procuring entities, where you made mention that it has to be stated in the advert that all tender documents should be in English language. But then you also went on to say that in a case whereby a tenderer submitted a tender document in a foreign language, like say French, then he has to back it up with a translation of what he has written in French. So my question, sir, is wouldn't there be a communication gap? And will that not be at the tenderer's disadvantage if something like that happens? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I'm speaking with Mr. Engineer Umar.
Yes.
All right, so now, yes. Instruction says that the tender must be in English. You know, in the course of your tendering, there are some, especially when you are talking about doing your financial evaluation and you begin to talk about price analysis, and it happens that you are bringing in some information from other foreign currency. Let's say the contract is open to both national and international. So if a contract is open for national and international, in some cases there are flexibility, but this information must be in the tender instruction to tender. So if the instruction to tender specify that there's no flexibility, that every information must be in English. So where you have situation, you can be tendering, but you are not, you don't understand English. What it means that you will transcribe in English. You transcribe whatever you have stated in English language. That is the meaning. So that does not jettison the issue that you did not submit in English language. I hope that is clear. Yes. So what it means, whatever you are bidding for, is expected you translate it in English language. Just like what I just mentioned on that instruction to bid to, you know, in their own good wisdom, in that same procurement act, they have made a provision where it can also be allowed. But if it's not stated, you must present your bid in English language. Okay, let's move over to Engineer Dekunle.
Good afternoon. Yes, Ugulu.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the wonderful presentations, a very detailed one and a very, very, very informative.
Yes.
It is indeed an eye-opener. My question goes thus. I just need a general clarification on EOI and RFP. EOI, that is expression of interest. Is it expression of interest, tender, and RFP? Can we say they are the same thing? Because I think EOI originates from PE, that's a procurement entity. And I think a tender also originates from a procurement entity. I just need a general clarification on these three terms.
Okay, let me
sir.
get clarifications you need again.
EOI, that's the expression of interest. Then request for proposal, that's RFP. Then the tender itself. Are they in any way similar or they are different?
Okay, I just want to take them down. You say expression of interest, PO.
Yes. EOI.
Then the other one is what?
Request for proposals. RFP.
Request for proposal. Then the other one.
Then the tender itself that is advertised on a newspaper. Invitation for tender, rather.
All right. So now, the first one is expression of interest.
Yes, sir.
We have request for proposal.
Yes, sir.
Then we have tender.
Yes. Invitation for
if
tender.
You look at of them, you see that they are similar.
Good. Great.
Expression of interest.
Yes.
Request for proposal.
Yes, sir.
Then
invitation for tender. Yes.
I tell you that it depends on the terminology that the procurement entity has decided to use.
Use. Good.
It's just like where you have the word tender and bidding. You understand?
Good.
It's just
Yes,
like when you have bidding. Some say
Okay.
some procurement entity will prefer to use bidding. Some procurement entity will want to use the tendering.
Tender. Yes.
So it depends on the terminology that the procurement entity has decided to use. So, but they are all saying the same thing.
Thank you very much, sir. You know, we are from we are not from the program background. At times,
Yes.
we are always confused with this expression, this terminology at times. And we say some people say expression of interest, some people, so. But thank you for the clarification anyway. I got it right. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Yes. You see, one challenge you have been having is because of international language differences, especially from US and United Kingdom. In most times, we keep mixing most of the terms. And that is why we have been having some using the same word in many different areas. So my other facilitator would like to add to it again. Please, I don't know if there's any facilitator that want to add to this.
What I can say is that the terminology depends on the type of procurement. You can see you have goods, you have works, you have non-consulting services. So, for example, for consulting services, they use expression of interest. In works, they use RFP. So it depends on the type of procurement.
All right, thank you so much. That's another lens in which was used.
Addition, when you are talking about expression of interest, is there who is qualified to do a job? When you are talking about the person will do that one with a fee. So you have to know that.
So let's look at those that if we still have some hands. Gode Buefu. Yes. What's your contribution and your question? I can
Okay.
see.
Hello. Okay, my name
Yes.
is Gode Buefu. I have a question concerning the evaluation of bid or evaluation of tender. The emphasis was placed on price. What are the other considerations we need to put, other items we need to put into consideration when evaluating a tender? And again, this training is dwelling more on the public sector. The private sector should also be considered. What consideration do we need to offer? That is my question, sir.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. If you look at when I was talking about evaluation, under evaluation, it was not only on price. We looked at the technical evaluation. We also looked at the financial evaluation. Just that the financial evaluation takes more of the evaluation, because under the financial evaluation, where you're talking about price, that is where you talk about, that price you talk about. If you have a full definition of the word price, that is where you will appreciate it. That is because under that price, that financial evaluation, that is where the skill, of that contractor is being considered. That is where the personnel of that contractor is considered, the experience. That is where you talk about the bill of quantities, everything that has to do with that project. Where you talk about the method statements, where you talk about the schedules, everything is on that financial. Then when you're now talking about technical evaluation, you are talking about that companies ability to meet the various regulations as placed by Corporate Affairs Commission, ability of that organization to meet up with payment of regular payment of taxes, regular payment of pension fund, and regular payment adherence to all the various laws as provided by the Public Procurement Act. So that price you talked about is not just price. It talks about the financial evaluation. So it's much more than price. So I know you want to talk about we'll talk about the aspect of the bidder's experience and the expert knowledge. All the bidder's experience and expert knowledge, they are all embedded in the financial evaluation. Then also talking about that this procurement, the pro is more on the public procurement session. Yes, you will agree with me that when we talk about procurement, that we acknowledge that the private sectors are also doing well a lot when it comes to procurement. But when we talk about public procurement, as we are talking about now, the major sponsors of public procurement are the governments. And you will agree with me that various procurement that are ineffective as a result of various irregularities from government spendings. So, and that is why we don't have value for money. So this procurement is tailored for public infrastructure projects where we begin to have value for money on infrastructure projects. If you look at private infrastructure projects, of course, private infrastructure projects, they are always having value for money. And most of private infrastructure projects, they even hardly go on using the public procurement routes. Some of them have some use cost plus or cost percentage, cost variations contract to achieve their own projects. I think the public procurement we are discussing is tailored to the public infrastructure project, of which Nigeria has been having challenges with, that needs to be addressed. Once again, thank you for that question. I hope my response to you has been able to enlighten some areas. If you have any other contribution, we can still add them. Any other question? So you can also put it in the chat. We'll also look at it, and I'll also present some other information on the public chat.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Yes?
Okay.
Yes,
This is Chisom. This is Chisom.
insightful presentation.
Yes. The
Yes.
mic, hold on. I'm handing over the mic to Engineer Chisom, please. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Engineer Chisom.
Good afternoon.
Engineer Chisom, are you saying anything? No. All right, I hand over the mic to Engineer Stephen Olushola.
Carry on.
All right. Okay, go ahead. Tell us your name and your question or contribution.
Okay, my name is Franklin Iba.
Okay, go ahead.
Morning.
Good morning.
I have a question to ask.
Okay.
In a situation where selective tendering method is used, that is where a group of contractors are selected to tender for a project.
Yes.
And this group of contractors conspire together and to raise the contract sum above what is expected. Before above the contract sum that is meant for the project. How do we now handle such in the case of awarding the contract to a particular contractor?
Good morning. Welcome.
All right, thank you. If you recall, when we're talking about eligibility for contractor, we mentioned that issue of corruption, that no contractor is expected to form any form of collusion. I mentioned that, and besides, when we are talking about public procurement is on competitive bidding and not selective bidding. Is that clear?
Yes.
It's on competitive bidding. So selective bidding is not allowed because selective bidding will give room for rig bidding or rig collusion. So one of our facilitators also, Professor Moke, want to add to this, and I want to hand over the mic to him. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. The guy that asked the question, this is what we call collusion in bidding process, and it is highly forbidden in procurement process. If during the process you find out that there is collusion, the bidders will be disqualified at that stage. In fact, they won't continue from that point. So France seriously against collusion in procurement. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Herbert Nwoko, for throwing more lights on the issue of bid collusion or bid. I'm going to hand over the mic to Engineer Stephen Olushola. After that, we're going to draw a curtain on this section. We will now progress to the next. So, Engineer Stephen Olushola, the mic is over to you. Engineer Stephen Olushola. You can unmute yourself and speak. You can unmute yourself, please. All right. So, oh, you want to speak now? Unmute yourself and speak. Okay, I can, since you can't do that, what I would advise is that you put your questions on the chat section, and we are going to look at the question and also address it. Once again, I want to thank all the participants who have made themselves available for this small section, and I hope that as we progress on this module 4, that is going to be a very fruitful one. And at the end of this, every one of us will go home rejoiced, being imparted on the various knowledge that we have on this section. So this time around, I once again thank you for listening. I'm now going to call on the next facilitator that is going to be taking us on pre-qualification, and that's the person of engineer Dr. Francis Njoko. So he is going to be taking us on pre-qualification. So I want every one of you to pay good attention and ensure that you mute yourself so that by the time he starts the lecture, every one of you will enjoy him.
Hello. Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me out there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let me
Yes,
share
sir,
my
we can hear
screen.
you.
So in terms of oppositional parties,
It is the wrong one. No, but I opened the other. Which one? Okay, let me. Okay, I've got it. Good morning, our participants. My correct name is Engineer Dr. Chidiebere Fidelis Njoko, and I'm here to present my paper on pre-qualification. Now, what is pre-qualification? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what is pre-qualification? Pre-qualification is a screening process carried out before the actual bidding stage. That is before bid evaluation. One of the cardinal steps in achieving a successful procurement is selecting a good contractor. The selection of a good contractor takes 2 stages. In the whole of procurement, there are several. The process of procurement has several steps. The first step is called the pre-qualification, and the whole essence is to be able to select a good contractor, because if the contractor is not a good one, is not a capable one, the project will fail. So the first and fundamental step is pre-qualification. So pre-qualification is a screening process carried out before the actual bidding stage. The selection is a two-stage process. You have pre-qualification, then you have bid evaluation. Now, it is what is actually pre-qualification? It's an assessment of the eligibility and qualifications of the potential bidders. So many people will be, once the job is advertised, so many people will be interested, both those who are qualified and those who are eligible, and so on. So you have to do an elimination process. So at first, you have to do an elimination process. And the first step in that process is pre-qualification. It is purely elimination. It's targeted at removing the chaff from the main people who are qualified. Now, purpose of pre-qualification, to ensure that only capable and qualified firms are invited to submit full bids. So I've said this before. It helps to reduce the number of unqualified bids. It saves time during bid evaluation. Bid evaluation is the main competition. So it saves time during bid evaluation. It improves the quality of the competition. It sanitizes the competition process. It lowers the risk of project failure. So I've touched on all this before.
Your slide is not showing. Your slide is not showing, sir.
Are you seeing the slide?
It's only on page 1.
Are you saying, is it moving now?
It's not moving.
Okay, just hold on a minute.
Okay, it's moving now.
It's moving now?
Yes.
Are you seeing the slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I see the slide now.
Is it moving?
Yes, it's moving now.
Yes,
Okay.
it's moving.
Okay, we are finished with the purpose of pre-qualification. Then where are the areas you apply pre-qualification? Because pre-qualification is a process. It takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of time, it takes resources. So where do you apply it everywhere? Well, actually, it's applied in large value contracts and specialized contracts. Examples are turnkey plants, build, operate, and transfer projects, special goods and complex information technology systems, specialized procurements requiring proven enterprise, large value contracts above a specified threshold. These thresholds are decided and are available on the BPP website. So depending on the value of the project, it may require a pre-qualification before you do it, but for a small size project, you may not require it. Now, the procedure for pre-qualification. The pre-qualification process is launched by the PE. PE means the procuring entity, through an invitation to applicants. It's blocking. Okay. The procedure of pre-qualification. Yes. The pre-qualification process is launched by the PE through an invitation to applicants, which is published widely, so in newspapers and so on. The pre-qualification evaluation should be based only on criteria specified in the instruction to applicants, which includes the qualification criteria. The criteria to be used in assessing the bidder's qualifications are stipulated in the national procurement law, but must be quantified in a proportionate manner related only to the ability of a potential bidder to execute the contract in question and must be non-discriminatory. So the criteria to be used in assessing these bidders must be proportional to the size of the job. If the PE wants to build a 5-story building, it cannot use the criteria required for 10-story building to assess those that are going to tender for the job. It should be that's proportional to the size of the work of the project, and it must be non-discriminatory. That means you cannot say that it's only the criteria should not favor any particular group. Maybe favor only men, or favor only women, or favor only Igbos, or those who are too very educated and so on. So it should be very transparent. Applicants will collect the pre-qualification forms from the PE and fill. So these forms contain, the PE uses these forms to collect standard forms to collect information from these applicants and then assess them. Now, all tenderers who meet the CE-sPESS qualification criteria are allowed to compete. That is, allowed to do be involved in the bid evaluation stage. So all the criteria are based on pass and fail. So it's either you pass a particular criteria, you as a bidder or as a tenderer, the English people usually use the word tenderer, while the Americans use the bidder. They're almost the same thing. So each criterion, you either pass it or fail it. It's either you get 100% or 0%. There's nothing like 60 or 50%. It's either you have it or you don't have it. Then let's talk about the invitation to applicant, which is the first step. This is published in 2 national dailies, PPP website and notice boards of the PP. All these things are legal requirements. The PE must publish it in 2 national dailies and the BPP website and notice board of PE of the procuring entity. I remember those days, in the days of the Daily Times newspaper, Renaissance, and so on. Whenever my father bought Daily Times, the Daily Times used to have a lot of volume. Towards the end, you see adverts called to pre-qualify. I can remember those from flour mills of Nigeria, Apapa. They used to advertise for people to come and tender for one thing or the other. Most of those big companies, PZ and they used to advertise jobs, projects, both goods project and works projects. So the legal requirement is that the PE must advertise in 2 national dailies, 2 national newspapers, in the BPP website and the notice board of the PE. Now, the pre-qualification document shall include instructions to prepare and submit pre-qualification application, summary of the main terms and conditions required for the procurement contract. So that the publication should contain these things. Instructions to prepare and submit pre-qualification application. You submit the application. Summary of the main terms and conditions required for the procurement contract. Any documentary evidence or information to demonstrate qualifications. So you don't only present the qualification papers, you have to present evidence that you have those qualifications. Now, manner and place for the submission of applications to pre-qualify and deadline for the submission expressed as a specific date and time. So all these things will be contained in the advertisement. Manner and place for the submission of the applicants, of the applications to pre-qualify, and deadline for the submission expressed as a specific date and time. Now, the PE must give sufficient time. Sufficient time should be allowed for applicants to prepare and submit the application. So after the advert, sufficient time should be given. Now, the PPA, Public Procurement Act of 2007, has not set any maximum number of firms to pre-qualify. So as long as you satisfy all the criteria, you'll be allowed to into the bid evaluation stage. That's the procedure. Now, let's talk about the criteria, the pre-qualification criteria. The pre-qualification criteria must be related to the capacity to execute the contract. I've touched on this before. It must be proportionate and non-discriminatory. I've said that before. Public procurement legal systems generally stipulate that qualifications assessment criteria must be objective and proportionate. Objective means it has to have something to achieve. That criterion has to have something to achieve. It will have a purpose, and then proportionate to the job at hand. Objective and proportionate to the contract that is the subject of the competition. It must be based on pass-fail criteria. So the criteria must be based on pass-fail. A bidder, a tenderer, for example, if one of the criteria is that you must have this particular equipment or this staff, so it's either you have them or you don't have them. That's the way it is evaluated. You don't. There's nothing like you have them 50% or you have them 30%. It's either you have them or you don't have them. Now, that's being based on pass-fail criteria through verifiable evidence of qualifications that can be demonstrated by the potential bidder. So you have to be able to demonstrate that you have them, or you have to be ready to have facts. Because pre-qualification, as I told you before, is an elimination process. It's either you have it or not. Too many people apply, so pre-qualification is a way of reducing the number that will enter the bid evaluation stage. Then the criteria proper. The pre-qualification criteria include eligibility, contract history of the bidder, financial capability of the bidder, and construction experience of the bidder. This last one, construction experience, it applies to the construction industry, but this applies to all types of contracts. If it is not construction, it could be operational experience or execution experience. So the first one is eligibility criteria. This is captured, eligibility of the bidder is captured in Form ELI 1.1, called the bidder information form. In this form, the PE seeks to confirm the bidder's legal existence, registration, legal existence, that is whether he exists in the law, registration, maybe with a CAC in Nigeria, ownership, who are the owners, and the compliance status, whether it has been compliant to rules and regulations. Ensuring the firm is eligible to participate. Now, the next form under eligibility is Form ELI 1.2 for joint ventures. You know, joint ventures are more than one firm combining to achieve a particular purpose. Maybe each firm cannot execute the job alone. It seeks help and joins forces with another firm to be able to achieve or to be able to qualify for bid evaluation. The PE seeks to understand the structure. So in this form, the PE tries to capture the structure of the joint venture, composition, the individual firms that are there, and responsibilities of each joint venture partner. So the responsibility of each partner, and to confirm that all members are eligible and jointly accountable. So each of the members must be eligible, and all of them must be accountable for whatever is expected. Then the second criterion is contract history. In contract history, you have from CON 2, non-performance and litigation. The PE seeks assurance that the bidder has a reliable track record with no history of serious contract failures or excessive litigation. So in this form, the PE tries to capture information considering whether the bidder has been having unsuccessful projects in the past, and whether the bidder is a quarrelsome person who is always going to court, who is always taking his former employer's PE to the court, and so on. Now, the next form is CON3, environmental and social performance. The PE seeks evidence that the bidder has complied with environmental and social standards in past projects. So all these forms are to capture what the performance of the contract of the bidder in past projects, whether it has been obeying environmental and social standards in the past projects, like pollution and environmental pollution and social standards, like rights of the keeping to the rights of his labor force and labor rights and social rights, ILO standards, and so on, whether he has been keeping in the past projects. Now you have from CON4, SEA/SH declaration. This the PE seeks to ensure the bidder maintains acceptable ethical conduct standards, particularly regarding sexual harassment risks. So whether it has been keeping to sexual exploitation and sexual harassment in the past projects. Now the next criterion is the bidder's financial capability. It's captured in forms 3.1 to 3.4. 3.1 is financial situation. The PE seeks to assess the bidder's overall financial health and stability. Now, the present, this is not constant, it changes. So presently, the PE wants to know his present financial health, whether he's bankrupt or not, or whether he's going to borrow and so on to do the job. But whether he has financial support. Now, 3.2 is average annual turnover. The PE seeks confirmation that the bidder has sufficient business scale and capacity to handle the project. So whether this one tries to capture whether the PE has been busy and has been having a lot of work and having enough income to keep afloat. The annual turnover is calculated. The total cost of the projects, for example, a contract that is 50 million that will last three years. The annual turnover is 50 million divided by 3, and multiply by a factor. That's a factor that is usually used to multiply to find out the firm's annual turnover. The financial resources, 3.3. The PE seeks assurance that the bidder has adequate liquidity or access to funds to execute the project, not letter of intent to grant credit. So whether the bidder has a liquid assets, not fixed assets, and so on, that we use to execute the job. Then from 3.4, current commitments. The PE seeks to determine whether the bidder has sufficient remaining capacity, considering ongoing obligations. So the PE seeks to find out whether this bidder has other jobs, and if he's executing other jobs, whether he still has enough money left to execute this particular one. The next criterion is construction experience. It's captured by forms EXP 4.1 to 4.2C. So the first sub-criterion is the PE general experience. The PE seeks confirmation of the bidder's overall experience in construction activities. So overall experience in different construction activities. For example, if it is actually, we are talking about construction, if it does roads, does buildings, does bridges, and so on. But the experience he has in all construction activities. The next one is specific experience. The PE seeks evidence of successful delivery of similar projects in size, scope, and complexity. In this one, the 4.2A, the PE tries to check and see whether the bidder has done this type of job that he is bidding for before. Whether he has done similar jobs that have the same size, the same scope, and complexity as the one that he's bidding for now. Then the next 4.2B, key activities. The PE seeks proof that the bidder has hands-on experience in critical technical components of the project. So the PE wants to know in this form whether the bidder has the main materials and equipment that are required for this particular project. Experienced people, experienced men, experienced labor, and high-tech equipment that is required for this particular project. In construction, if it is a road, if it is an asphalt road, we have the asphalt plant, mixers, and things like that, and men and operators and supervisors that are experienced in this particular and these activities. Now, in Form 4.26 is environmental and social experience. The PE seeks assurance that the bidder can effectively manage environmental and social risks during implementation. I've explained environmental and social risks before, things concerning the pollution, labor force, sexual harassment, and so on. Whether he has policies and standards of how to handle such issues in his past projects. Now let's talk about joint ventures, because these criteria that we mentioned seem to apply to a single individual firm, but they also apply to what we call joint ventures. What is a joint venture? Joint ventures comprise several firms combining their resources. Joint ventures are composed by bidders in order for them to pool their resources to meet the PE's requirements, and also to achieve some economies based on specialty and local knowledge. So I've explained joint ventures before. Some of our individual Nigerian companies can form joint venture with a foreign partner that has more experience in a particular job when they want to bid for complex jobs. PEs may encourage joint venture with national bidders for purpose of promoting the local construction industry, but they must not make it mandatory. So that's what I'm saying. The local construction company can join with a foreign firm that is experienced, and not by so doing he will learn a lot while working with him. But the PE doesn't make it has no right to make it mandatory that that local firm must join with a foreign firm. It's the decision to be made by the bidders themselves. The same criteria as above are applied to the pre-qualification of joint ventures of firms. So the same criteria I mentioned above applied to joint ventures. Now, at the time of pre-qualification, a potential joint venture shall provide a letter of intent to form a joint venture, which shall be confirmed at the time of bidding by a joint venture agreement binding on the partners, though not necessarily registered or incorporated in the PE's country. So in the joint, it's not a condition that the joint venture must be legalized under the Nigerian law. The company, the law joining them might be from another country, so they can still use that power to operate in Nigeria. So a firm may apply for pre-qualification either individually or as a member of one or more joint ventures. A firm may apply for pre-qualification either individually as himself alone or as a member of one or more joint ventures. However, at the time of bidding, a firm which has been pre-qualified both individually and together with other firms in a joint venture can participate in one bid only. So if you can decide to bid alone or be a member of a joint venture that is bidding, you cannot do both. Bid alone and also bid along with others on the same bid. Joint ventures may be modified prior to submission of bids, subject to the written approval of the employer, and provided that the new joint venture structure, that is modified joint venture with different partners, individually and collectively, satisfy the pre-qualification criteria. So what is important is satisfying the criteria listed above. I have here a summary of the pre-qualification rules from BPP. So for example, in the legal area, you must be registered with CAC. You must have tax clearance for 3 years. PENCOM, you must have PENCOM for your staff, ITF, NSITF, BPP registration. In the financial area, you must have audited accounts for 3 years, show your turnover, bank support, and credit line. That is the source of your finance. The technical area, you must have experience, key personnel, equipment, and workshop. Conflict, area of conflict. Note, as I said before, no two bids by the same firm or same joint venture. Result, only pre-qualified firms get RFP to submit technicals to financial bids. So it's only when you have pre-qualified that you enter the next stage, which is bid evaluation. Pre-qualification information should be evaluated against the specific requirements of the works to ensure that only contractors with the necessary capacity and capability are shortlisted and issued the standard bidding documents. This is the summary. Now I have some case studies to drive home some of the points I have expressed in this lecture. You will attempt to give me the answers. There are questions. After reading the case study, you can give me the answer and support your answer. So let me read the first case study. The Federal Ministry of Health issued a pre-qualification advert for supply and installation of 200 hospital beds nationwide. Lot 1 value is 800 million. Now, there are two bidders that we are considering. ABC Limited submitted CAC certificate, tax clearance, 2022 to 2024, which is how many years? Then audited accounts, but no pension compliance certificates and no ITF compliance certificates. The second tenderer or bidder, XYZ Limited, submitted all documents, but their CAC showed they were registered for general merchandise only. So let me bring the question. Question 1. Under BPP guidelines, which document is mandatory for eligibility to bid for federal government contracts above 100 million. A, company profile brochure, pension compliance certificate from PENCOM, ISO certificate, bank reference letter. So with reference to the BPP guidelines, what is the answer? Which one is the answer there? I want them to talk. So what is the correct answer there?
Okay. Someone is raising his hand. Take note. AMS.
Okay, you want to answer the question?
Yes, sir. B is the answer.
The answer is
B, sir.
Okay, the answer is B. You are correct. BPP requires, it doesn't require company profile procedure, it doesn't require ISO certificate, it doesn't require bank reference. It is under the legal area, they require pension compliance certificate from PENCOM. Then number two, what should be the PE? What should the PE do about SYZ Limited? A, disqualify them because scope on CAC doesn't match medical equipment. Accept them and let them supply. C, give them 7 days to amend their CAC, maybe change their CAC registration. Now, D, award them anyway, award them the contract. What's the correct answer? What should the PE do about SYZ Limited? Did you hear the questions? Did you get the questions? Hello? Okay, Chisom, let's hear your answer. Is it A, B, C, or D?
They are answering in WhatsApp group. They are answering in the chat. There's someone they are saying area.
Okay. Number two, the number two question, the answer is A. Disqualify them because scope on CAC doesn't match medical equipment. So they have failed on a special experience. If we go back to the BPP, some of the BPP guidelines, so they have general experience, but they don't have special experience. They failed on special experience. So once you fail on any criterion, you'll be sent out of the competition. You won't be allowed to submit to join the bid evaluation stage. You'll be asked to bring your bid, to submit your bid for evaluation. So pre-qualification, as I said before, is an elimination process. Now, case study 2. The Bureau of Public Procurement advertised for procurement of 50 vehicles for Federal Road Safety Commission with estimated cost of 1.2 billion. Pre-qualification criteria in the advertisement include average annual turnover of 600 million in the last 3 years. Experience, 3 similar contracts in last 5 years. Evidence of workshop / after sales service. Now, let us consider 2 bidders. The first bidder is Def Motors. He submitted turnover of 400 million average, but provided evidence of 5 similar contracts worth 2 billion and owns 3 workshops nationwide. Now, GHI Motors submitted turnover of 900 million average, 2 similar contracts, no workshop, but has a memorandum of understanding with a workshop. Now look at the questions. Which company meets the financial requirements? Which company met the financial requirements? What's the answer? A, only DEF Motors. B, only GHI Motors. C, both. D, neither. Now, it is very clear that B is the answer. The B has a financial base of turnover. Only GHI Motors. So the requirement was 600 million, and GHI had 900 million. That's why. Now, the next question, what about the technical requirement for workshops? A, GHI qualifies because of MOU. DEF qualifies while GHI fails. Both qualify, both fail. What's the correct answer? The correct answer is B. I'll give you my reason. GHI failed because BPP requires ownership of verifiable long-term lease. And MOU is not sufficient unless the BDS specifically allows it. The BDS is the bidder data sheet. So, and my former, the former lecturer before me worked on that. BDS, that's the BDS. So, if it's only when the BDS specifically specifies that such a MOU is allowed, that's when he can be qualified. Otherwise, GHI is not qualified because it doesn't have a solid, concrete workshop. The case study 3, the Federal Ministry of Works issued pre-qualification advertisement for supply of 10,000 metric tons of bitumen at 3 billion naira. Now, the first bidder, JKL and MNO, submitted a joint venture application. Both companies are 100% owned by the same director. So PQR Limited submitted a loan. RST Limited submitted and also submitted as a subcontractor to PQR. Let me repeat this. Let me repeat the whole story. The Federal Ministry of Works issued pre-qualification advertisement for supply of 10 metric tons of bitumen at the cost of 3 billion naira. JKL Limited and MNO Limited submitted a joint venture application. Both companies are 100% owned by the same director, Mr. A. PQR Limited submitted a loan. RST Limited submitted and also submitted as a subcontractor to PQR Limited. So let's see the questions. Question 5, what is the status of the JKL-MNO joint venture? Will they be pre-qualified or will they be dropped, eliminated? So some participants are offline here. Are there some who can answer that question? Before we go to those online.
So those who are here physically, what's the answer?
What is their own answer to that question?
I said because it's a joint venture.
The answer is B. The person that said B is correct. B says rejected due to conflict of interest and common ownership. That is, he wants to, in short, he wants to grab the holdings. He will, okay, let me read the answer here for you. Bidders with common controlling shareholders constitute a conflict of interest. Only one bid from entities under the same control is allowed. So we said that you can bid as a loan or bid as a joint venture. You cannot do both of them. This reminds me of a story. Before I came to FUTO, where I was working, there was a conglomerate, a French conglomerate I was working. This company does only buildings, tall buildings. Does only tall buildings. Well, Julius Berger is known for roads and bridges. This company is known for only tall buildings. Berger cannot compete with this company in terms of buildings. The only companies that used to complete were in Abuja at that time. The only company that were competing with this company I'm talking about were people like G. Kappa and Alberto, Ufanti, and so on. So the company, most of the tall buildings in Nigeria were made by this company. Supreme Court, most of the tall buildings in Marina, Lagos, headquarters of High Court of Justice, Aso Rock, most of the buildings are in Aso Rock. It's a shared national stadium with Julius Berger and the CCEC. LNG headquarters, Bonnie. So they are specialists on, they are best on buildings. So after some time, I say it's a conglomerate. This company is far larger than Berger. But in Nigeria, they are not, they are small because they don't trust our culture, don't trust us so much. You know, Berger has already known Nigerian culture and then adapted to it. This company believes in quality. Its main strategy for winning contracts is the past experience, past jobs. So he believes in quality. And if he starts work and you are owing him any particular, they will just pack up and leave the site. They're not begging you. They are in 80 countries. So Nigeria is just a small market. So the company, their main, after some time, they started floating another company in Nigeria. The main subsidiary was been running. Then after some time, they started floating they brought one of their subsidiaries to Nigeria, and it became two. And they were using the same staff. The original company was BNL, which is Nigeria Limited. Then they started DECL. So they will for conference, they will quote with BNL and DECL. So either BNL or DECL will win, and they will use the same staff to execute the job. So all this were happening before this Public Procurement Act of 2007 was enacted. This company was doing it before, you know, I was here in 1999 to 2003. So they were free to do whatever they like, because in Nigeria they saw Nigeria as lawless. So they were doing all those things, but the PPA Act now said that I can only bid singly or as a member of a joint venture. You cannot do two of them for the same contract. So that's the rule now. Now, what about RST Limited that bid alone? There's the last question. What about RST Limited that bid alone and as subcontractor to PQR? What will be their own status? What's the answer? The first A is accept both, B, disqualify RST from both, RST from both. C, accept RST as subcontractor only. D, ask them to choose one. What's the answer? To the question number 6. Somebody said D. What do you say, you that is here? Huh? If you say D, you're being too, I don't know how to put it now. You want to help them, Abi? Huh? But pre-qualification is about elimination. Eliminate country. In pre-qualification, you find ways of eliminate. There are many bidders that are interested. In pre-qualification, you are looking for ways to eliminate people that have faltered in one way or the other. You understand? You're not interested in favoring anybody. The number of bidders is so you are trying to eliminate some of them. So reconsider your answer. Yes, B is the answer. B is the answer. A firm can be in only one bid for the same tender, either as main bidder or subcontractor. Submitting in two capacities leads to disqualification of both. So the forms above come inside each tender's bidding documents and can be downloaded from the BPP website. You only get it when you download the specific tender you are bidding for. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? That's the end of the lecture. If you have any questions, you can ask. Are they clapping? Any questions?
Yeah. Do you have questions for Prof? Engineer Victor, you have the floor. If you don't have, we now go for break. 15 minutes break so that we can now start the next lecture. Please. 15 minutes break. Save a lot of time. Do you have another mistake?
Have another.
Let's a big break. 15 minutes. Then you can start.
Okay. No, I forgot to plug my resource.
Are you sure today was supposed to be? The timetable is here. Look at the timetable.
No, what I'm not money.
Preach yoga, we jump into it. Here, our
No problem. Habis apa? Stop. Pre-qualification.
Pre-qualification,
Model 4.
So, then the second
Standard bidding document. No, I don't. No,
It's more than comments. Please, we are not tomorrow. No, we are closing. We are closing. Who are the people first? No, he has to take. It's not you can't channel. That I do by two because tomorrow you're going to do by the same time. You don't know how much. Yeah.
Sorry, we cannot hear you. Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello, sorry, we are starting exactly by 1 p.m., please. Please, 1 p.m. Please, we are starting by 1 p.m.
Good afternoon, participants. My name is Engineer Professor Herbert Woke, and I'm going to take you on general conditions of contract, GCC. This is part of Module 4. What do we mean by general conditions of contract? Okay. When we talk about general conditions of contract, we are looking at a document that will bind the PE and the contractor. The idea is to make sure that everything is well documented, that nobody cheats the other person. That is the idea of general conditions of contract. And one thing about these general conditions of contract is that you can't edit it. It is done in a way that whatever we have as our document will be strictly adhered to. You can only edit some parts in special conditions of contract that we'll also talk about later. That is the only way you can amend it. Ordinarily, general conditions of contracts will remain as stated from the onset. And we'll have several areas covered by general conditions of contract. One of them is what we call general provisions. General provisions will establish the foundation of the contract. In the general provisions, it will be stated explicitly what the contract is all about. Here we are talking about large contract works. So we have definitions of terms. There are terms that will govern this contract. Is in the general conditions of contract that these definitions are placed. Who will do whatever will be known at that particular general conditions of contract. Then there are governing laws that will also govern the execution of the contract. And the law that we'll talk about here is Nigerian law, because we are talking about procurement based on Nigerian law. So we are looking at what the law says about procurement in the country. We also look at language. In the previous section, one of the facilitators talked about language. The language we use here is English language. You know, it's our official language in Nigeria. So whatever thing you are presenting in GCC should be in English language. That is the officially accepted language in the country. Then we should also have established communication protocols. You don't just come in and jump into a matter without following the order. And these orders are well written in the general conditions of contract. Then in large works, this GCC ensures consistency across multiple contractors, consultants, and government agencies. And the reason for that is to prevent ambiguity in interpretation. When the conditions are well laid out, nobody gets confused about what he or she is expected to do, because they are all well laid out in general conditions of contract under the general provisions. So you won't say, I'm not familiar with this, I'm not familiar with that, because the provisions are well laid out and in simple English language. If you are a Chinese company bidding for work in Nigeria, you have to get an English translator that will help you bid for the job, because our law says that it should be in English language, our official language. That is Nigeria procurement. So the essence of this GCC is to help communicate properly in the language of the procurement. Whether you are a contractor, consultant, or government agency, you follow what the general provisions say. You don't have to deviate. Like I said earlier, if there must be a deviation, it should come as special condition of contract, which we'll talk about later. Now, in GCC, what we will call the PE's rights and obligations. Procuring entity has rights and obligations. Contractor also has rights and obligations. The PE must provide site access. If you don't give access to the contractor, you are not doing your work as the PE. So before the contractor goes to site, he or she must be given access. Is the right and obligation of the PE. The PE will also give approvals and timely payments. If you don't give approvals for a contractor to move into site, you are failing in your rights and obligations. If you don't approve timely payments as a PE, you are failing in your obligations. And what do we mean by timely payment? There's a specific period of time expected by the contractor for the PE to pay after executing a section of the job. And if there is delay in that payment, there are also consequences. The contractor has a right to ask that payments should be done at the stipulated time. If it goes beyond that time, there will be penalties on the part of the PE. So these are some of the rights and obligations of the PE. And the PEs retain the right to monitor progress, issue instructions, and enforce compliance. It's your job as the PE. So you have to monitor the progress of the job. You may not do it on your own as a PE. You have your representative on the site. Your representative is the one we call engineer. We also look at the engineer's responsibility. So you have to monitor progress of your work as a PE and issue instructions. Instructions that will be relevant to the timely and quality execution of the project. The PEs retain rights to monitor progress, issue instruction, and enforce compliance. That's another part. Enforcing compliance is not just enough to issue instructions and you don't enforce compliance. If the contractor deviates in your instructions, there are penalties. Then for large projects, this clause ensures the government can intervene if public interest is at risk. What do we mean by public interest? There are projects that will affect the public interest. And in such situations, the government will be allowed to take appropriate decision on that particular contract. If, for instance, a contract will disturb the social and economic status of a community, government can come in to either stop the project or modify the scope. If it will affect the environment negatively, government can also step in and act accordingly. So this clause is embedded in general conditions of contract for easy implementation. Now, the PE's engineer. Who is this engineer? The engineer is the representative of the PE on projects. He supervises works, certifies payments, and issue instructions. Those instructions that the PE has as a right are actually issued by the engineer who represents the PE on such projects. And when we talk about the instructions, we look at the time control. There are time limits for everything that you do on project. Every project has a duration. Now, every section of the project you also have a duration. It's the job of the engineer to make sure that the contractor sticks to the duration for each stage of the work, so that we have time control. We also have what we call quality control. The engineer does the job of ensuring quality as stipulated in the contract. If it's a road project, for instance, and the specification says 50 mm thickness of asphalt, it's the job of the engineer to make sure that the contractor sticks to that thickness. These days, we see engineers conniving with contractors to dupe the PE. That engineer is not a good one. I've seen instances where specification will say 50 mm thickness of asphalt or 75 mm thickness of asphalt. And the engineer will discuss with the contractor and they will reduce it maybe by 5 millimeters or thereabout. Ordinarily, you cannot, by looking at the road, know the thickness, except you carry out certain tests. And by the time you remove that 5 millimeter thickness from the asphaltic thickness and multiply it by the entire length of the road, you will see people making millions, if not billions. And that is against procurement rules. So these things are stated in the general conditions of contracts so that such sharp practices will not be allowed in procurement process. So it's the work of the PE's engineer to ensure quality control. We also do what we call cost control. Cost control, you monitor based on the Bill of Engineering Measurement and Evaluation, BEME, or what some other people call Bill of Quantities. So you make sure that whatever cost that is allocated to a particular section is strictly adhered to, so that you don't overpay the contractor when he or she hasn't done up to the amount given by the PE. There's also the aspect of finishing the contract. It's the engineer that will also determine at what point the contractor has finished the contract. So the engineer has a lot of work to do for the PE. They are not there to cause problems, but rather to ensure that all these things are done in the way that they are expected to be done, in terms of time control, quality control, cost control. So it's the work of the PE's engineer to do that. In the various ministries, we have them as a resident engineers. They represent the director, who is actually representing the government. So in such public works contract, that is the procedure. So we want to expect that every PE engineer should do what is right. So what they do is actually they balance oversight with fairness. Let me talk about this fairness. Yes, there may be some conditions or some stipulations in the contract, but when you get to site, you may see something different. So that is where fairness will now come in. The engineer will determine what is fair and what is unfair. Ensuring contractors are not unfairly penalized while also protecting project standards. You see, we have some overzealous engineers. They will want the contractor to sweat, even when they know that it is unfair. Let's take an instance, you are doing a road project and you come across a community that is hostile. And because of their hostility, it delays the work of the contractor. It's the engineer's responsibility to be fair in the judgment. Maybe because of that, it could lead to late completion of the work. So because the engineer is there, he or she will be fair in judgment, telling the PE This is so reasons for which this contractor is not meeting with the time schedule. There could be other instances as well. Maybe you are supposed, it's a building project and you are supposed to get to a depth of, let's say 1.2 meters from your design. And you get to site and find out that the soil is too bad and you need to go deeper than that, or you need to do less than that. It is the engineer that will now tell the contractor what to do. And in doing that, he should be fair in the judgment. Now, what are the contractor's rights and obligations? The contractors must execute works as per specifications. Sacrosanct. You can't do anything below the quality approved for you. So the specifications are documented in the Bill of Engineering Measurement and Evaluation. Like I mentioned, thickness of asphalt, in building contrast, size of columns, size of beams, the depth of slab, depth of beams, foundation depth, window sizes, all these are specifications. And should the contractor fail in keeping to specifications, there are sanctions, either in monetary terms or in time terms. So whatever it is an obligation that the contractor must execute the works as specified in contract documents. The contractor is also expected to maintain safety. You don't bring materials to site, bring personnel to site, and you don't provide safety for them. It's your duty as a contractor to safeguard your equipment. You don't expect the PE to do that for you. The contractor is also expected to provide qualified staff and equipment. Qualified staff with regards to the project at hand. You don't go and bring staff who don't have relevant and requisite knowledge to execute the project. You also don't go and bring equipment that are irrelevant or that are not functional to execute the work. So in general conditions of contract, these things are stated that the contractor should provide qualified staff and equipment. The contractor has a right to timely payment. I said that earlier when we were talking about the rights and obligations of the PE. When a contractor must have executed the job as in specification, he has a right to demand for payment timely. And there are sanctions if the payment is delayed. Sometimes the sanctions may come in form of interest. When the next certificate is being requested for, you put interest because of the delay in payment of the previous. So that is a right to the contractor. In some cases, it could even lead to termination of the job if the contractor is not paid. So it's a right that must be respected by the PE. The contractor also has a right to fair dispute resolution. If there's a dispute, like we always have in project execution, there should be fairness in resolving the dispute. It always arises, contractor-client dispute. The engineer will intervene to an extent. But if it's beyond the capacity of the engineer, you can have adjudication. And at the onset of the job, there should be an adjudication team that will be put in place should any dispute arise and the engineer cannot resolve. So if that adjudication team is in place and there's a dispute and the engineer cannot resolve the dispute, it will now be taken to adjudication where people who are well informed in that job will take fair decision that will also be binding. But if at the end of the day, the adjudicator fails to resolve the dispute, you also have a right to go to arbitration. We wouldn't want disputes to get to that extent, but these mechanisms are put in place so that should it arise, there should be fair dispute resolution.
So arbitration will also give their judgment based on what is on ground and based on their expertise. We wouldn't want any dispute to escalate to going to the court. So that is why we set up all these mechanisms to ensure dispute resolution. So the contractor has a right to fair dispute resolution. You don't just load it over the contractor because you are the PE and say that your wishes must be done. No, it doesn't work that way. If there's any dispute, we really have to pass through the normal process. Then contractor also has rights to extensions for delays beyond their control. This clause balances accountability with protection. Like I said earlier, something can happen in the process of execution of the job. And if the engineer confirms it, the contractor has a right for time extension. So those delays that are beyond the control of the contractor will be given as compensation events in terms of time. A project that ordinarily is supposed to last for 18 months, because of some unforeseen circumstances, could be extended to last for 24 months, depending on the nature of whatever disturbance that could occur. So it's the right of a contractor to demand for extension of time. There could even be extension or increase in payment. It could also happen. So in such cases, we balance accountability with protection. Now, nominated subcontractors. See, in any contract, there could be need to subcontract. There are some conditions that you also don't subcontract. But when you have nominated subcontractors, it allows the PE to nominate subcontractors in specialized tasks. It's not every part of the job that can be subcontracted. So if there are specialized tasks like electrical systems, like tunneling, that you feel you want expertise in, you can get some subcontractors to work under the major contractor. So it's allowed. The contractor remains responsible for coordination and quality, ensuring integration of specialized works without diluting accountability. Let's say, like in this building, we are now talking about the faulty electrical system. If you feel that as a PE, you have an expert in electrical systems, you can decide to subcontract the electrical installation in this project to someone who will now be under the major contractor. The major contractor will still oversee what the subcontractor is doing and ensure that everything that is in requirement and specification will be adhered to. Excuse me. The engineer will also go on to do his supervisory roles in both the contractor and the subcontractor. So that's about subcontractors. But there are jobs that will not allow subcontracting of certain parts of the work. So they are also stated in the general conditions of contract. The PE says explicitly that so part of the job cannot be subcontracted. So they are all documented so that everybody knows his or her limits. Now, staff and labor, plant, materials, and workmanship. These are the things that we see on site. The staff, the labor, the plant, the materials, and the workmanship. So these general conditions of contract will set standards for labor conditions. And what are the labor conditions? As applicable in our labor laws in Nigeria, we have our labor laws in Nigeria, which is in conformity with International Labor Organization. Nigeria is signatory to ILO. So whatever happens internationally, Nigeria usually keys into. But that doesn't mean that we work with labor standards in other countries. No. Nigeria, as a country of its own, has its own labor laws. Like as we speak now, they say that the minimum wage is 70,000 naira. It's a law. So if any company pays an employer anything below 70,000 naira per month, it's against the law. So that employer has a right to also sue the company doing that. So when contractors are doing any project for the PE, they must ensure that they are in conformity with labor conditions. Labor conditions don't only mean about monetary part. We also look at the services, the way you use your workers. You don't use them as slaves because they are working for you. So we look at these things. You go to some sites, you see workers working from sometimes from 6 a.m. to even 10 p.m. That is no longer labor, it's slavery. So these are the things that we state in our labor part of the GCC, so that the contractor will not take advantage of the workers and use them as slaves. It's the work of the engineer to also monitor such. Nobody stops you from working 24 hours, but you can have shifts. Human beings have limits that they can work. So you can give them maybe 6 hours or 8 hours as the case may be. Then you do shift. Other set of workers will come in. So we also monitor such in our jobs. Now, equipment adequacy. It's not enough for you to have equipment. Are they adequate enough for the job? Are they directly related to the job? Equipment like earth-moving equipment, if you are doing a road construction, you look at those earth-moving equipment, the dozer, the grader, the payloader, and the likes. How equipped is the contractor? These are the things that determine, even when my colleague talked about pre-qualification, these are the things that we look out for to know whether you have adequate equipment to execute the work for which you want to tender for. Now, material quality is another one. In the Bill of Engineering Measurement and Evaluation, there will be specific quality of materials that will be stated. Let's take, for example, reinforcing rods or iron. There should be thickness size, even from the drawings. Then the quality of the material, are they up to the standard recommended by SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria? We have several reinforcing rods in the market now that are below standard. So it's the engineer's responsibility to ensure that the quality is up to standard as recommended by the Standard Organization of Nigeria and also by other relevant agencies in the country. If you are bringing in coarse aggregates, are they well graded? The engineer will also ensure that the size prescribed in the documents are strictly adhered to. Is it number 1, number 2, number 3, or number 4? What is the size? So material quality is very, very essential, because when you don't use the right quality of materials, definitely you are threatening the durability of that particular structure. And nobody wants to do a project and within few years or even months is no longer what is expected to be. That is the need for us to have good material quality. In Nigeria, this clause enforces compliance with labor laws, prevents exploitation, I've said that, and ensures sustainability in sourcing materials. So we have these laws in place and we have to implement them to the letter, especially labor laws. I keep on talking about it because our people know how to exploit their fellow human beings. Slavery in form of labor. Labor should have dignity and not the slavery form, especially when it has to do with payment and their time as well. I want to commend some contractors that actually take care of their workers, give them all the basic amenities, make them comfortable in their workplaces, and also pay them well. That is what is expected of good contractors. And also preventing exploitation. Exploitation can also come in form of sexual harassment. That's another one. Some people will want to engage someone in their work because of what they will gain sexually from the person. We don't allow such a procurement. Everything must be done openly and in clear terms. Okay, plants, materials, and workmanship. All materials, equipment, or plant and construction processes or workmanship meet specified standards. And what are these specified standards? They're already in the Bill of Engineering Measurement and Evaluation. Every aspect of the work has its required standard. If the project says column of 225 by 225, that measurement must be maintained. If the description is plastering thickness of 25 mm, it must be strictly adhered to, because payments are calculated based on these quantities. So you don't go and do something less and expect to be paid full. No, it doesn't work that way. So materials, equipment, and the process itself must meet specified standards. And it requires that works are executed in accordance with approved designs and specifications, as well as industry best practices. What are these industry best practices? Let's say plastering, for instance. If you don't have someone who does a good job and you go and get a quack, you are not following industry best practices. If the specification says that it must be uniform thickness all through, that is how industry best practices can help you get it as stated in the document. You want to do painting, you must get qualified painters to do the job. If it's road construction, you are grading the road, you must get a good grader operator to shape the road for you. These are industry best practices. And if you don't strictly adhere to them, you are definitely going to give a very bad job. And the PE will not be happy with that. So the PE receives high quality, durable, and compliant infrastructure. It is fundamentally a quality control and compliance clause. So this clause is embedded in the general conditions of contract. So you won't say you didn't know about it. It's binding that it must be done as stated in the document. So that's why we encourage contractors to always bring in experts who are well knowledgeable in such infrastructure projects, so that they don't go below the quality prescribed by the PE and the documents for the work. Now, commencement, delays, and suspension. The general conditions of contract will state when the project will commence, the starting date of the project, the procedure for handling delays, conditions for suspension. Large projects often face land acquisition or funding delays. So this clause provides mechanisms for extension or temporary halts without breaching contract. So in the GCC, the clause there says that so date is for taking over of site by the contractor. Then there will also be a time expected for the contractor to finish the job. But these things are not cast in stone, that they cannot be changed. So the clause will allow for extension or temporary halts. And who determines the extension? The engineer, the one representing the PE on site. The initiation could come from the contractor, then approved by the engineer, who will communicate the PE. And if it's accepted, it becomes a compensation event in terms of time. A lot of reasons could cause delay in projects. Some unforeseen circumstances can arise, and it will cause delay. You could come up to site one day and you see that the use of the community demonstrating. What will you do? You have to stop work that day. You could want to start a job and the rains will not stop for 1 week. What will you do? You have to suspend, especially if the job would be bad under the rain. You could come to work and some people will tell you that they are sitting at home so days. It will affect the timeline. You could also come to work and the government could say something that will also make you not to work that day. So a lot of issues could come up. And if such issues are deliberated by both the contractor and the engineer, and they see reasons that it actually affected the time for completion, the contractor will gain extension. But if for non-cogent reasons, the contractor fails to deliver as scheduled, there won't be any compensation for the contractor. The contractor will bear the consequences. The consequences can be in monetary terms or whatever other terms that are stated in the conditions of contract. So this clause will provide mechanisms for extensions or temporary halts without breaching contract. So it wouldn't breach the contract document. Now, tests on completion. This requires performance and safety tests before handover. Even during the construction, tests will be conducted. Quality of the concrete, quality of the reinforcing members, quality of the asphalt, quality of the soil itself that will be receiving these projects, and every other thing that is used in the project. There will be periodic tests to ensure good quality. Now, at the end of the project, the engineer will also certify that the project was done according to specifications and the quality of work is as expressed in the contract. You should also do some safety tests to find out the safe conditions of that particular project. To know whether if it's a building, whether human beings can enter there and feel safe. So all these tests must be conducted before handover. And once the engineer certifies that everything is okay, you can hand over. So for large works, which we're actually preaching, this ensures infrastructure meets operational standards. Example, load tests for bridges, safety checks for power plants. Bridges that are expected to carry loads, you have to confirm that the bridge is strong enough to take the loads that are expected to pass on the bridge. If it powers plants, you also check for safety so that we don't have explosion. For a building like this one we are in, you also carry out checks, the electrical installation, the mechanical installations, to make sure that everything is satisfactorily done. It's only at that point that contractor can hand over to the PE. These days, we see shabbily done jobs being handed over. And within weeks, you see failures on the project. That is not good procurement procedure. In fact, in such cases, the engineer that supervised that job should be called to question. I've always advocated for that. If you don't do your job as a professional, you should be called to answer questions when the structure fails. Recently in Lagos, we saw a building collapse. I think we also had one in Port Harcourt not too long ago. These are procurement failures. Some years back in Owerri here, I was involved in investigating the collapse of a 7-story building around Yaradua Drive. It was total catastrophe. A building of that magnitude, 7 floors, supposed to be a hotel. And because of negligence, because that's what we found out after our investigation. The investigation was conducted by the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. They wanted to know the root cause of that collapse. And I was fortunate to be part of the investigation team. We found out that poor quality materials was a major reason for the failure, and poor supervision. At a time, we noted that the consultants had problems with the contractor and he was sidelined. Contractor wasn't taking instructions from the consultant. And such a massive structure that cost the PE billions of naira went down in seconds. Poor quality concrete. The building fell and all the beams, the slab, everything came down, rubble, as if a biscuit was being broken. That was poor quality concrete. Excuse me. So we don't expect such. At the end of the day, we gave our report. I wouldn't know what happened to both the contractor and the consultant. We only give our report based on our findings. But such things, we don't want them to continue happening. That's why our engineers really need to be very careful with whatever they do in terms of quality control. Another thing we discovered in that project, it was actually approved by the authorities, the OCDA, to be a 6-story building. But they added one more floor without the consent of the approving authority. So it could be a factor, though at the end of the day, we find out the foundation was strong enough. It was pile foundation. So it's not a foundation failure. It was actually supervisory failure and also concrete, poor quality of concreting that caused that. Then such a mighty structure, we expected it to have what we call expansion joints. It had 3 wings. And if those 3 wings were separated by expansion joints, if there's a failure in one wing, it wouldn't affect the other wings of the structure. But because there were no expansion joints, the entire building came down. And it's a very big problem. So like I said earlier, we did our investigations and made our recommendations to the ministry that sent us to do the work. Federal Ministry of Environment, so Federal Ministry of Science. That's located there. Now, PE's takeover. There should be a formalization of handover once works are certified complete. From that point, responsibility shifts from contractor to PE. But contractors remain liable for defects during the liability period. That's what we call liability period, defect liability period. That is the period that the contractor is expected to carry out repairs on the project, even after handover. Any defect that occurs during that defect liability period, the contractor is expected to carry out such repairs. So despite the fact that the PE has taken over the project, the contractor is still expected to do some periodic defect maintenance, if any. Part of the money due to the contractor will also be retained as retention fee. Until everything is certified, the contractor can now get paid finally. The retention fee will now be released. So that the PE has taken over the project doesn't mean that the contractor will not come close again. So that will only happen when the liability period has expired. It could be 6 months, it could be 1 year, depending on the project. So that's about PE's takeover. Now, the first liability, the contractors remain responsible, okay, I've already talked about it, for defects for a specified post handover period. This clause enforces quality assurance and protects public investment in infrastructure. If you overheard me discussing with my colleague about the electrical system in this building, I wouldn't know whether the contractor has this as part of the document, the defect liability period. Because if such huge defect is noticed, the contractor should be called to fix it at no cost to the PE, as long as the defect liability period is still there. You can only source it out if the defect liability period has expired. So every contract is stated in the GCC. There's a clause that gives us the defect liability period during which the contractor will still remain responsible for correcting the defects. Now we have measurement and valuation. Measurement and valuation. This provides methods for quantifying work done and valuing variations. In large works, this ensures fair payment when scope evolves due to unforeseen conditions. You could get to a project site and you find out that there are other things that were not really noticed during the design. If such situation arises, we do what we call measurement and evaluation. The contractor, in connivance or working together with the engineer, will measure and evaluate this additional work. And based on that, they could come up with a fair payment. You see, we always talk about fair. We expect the engineer to be fair and the contractor to be fair as well. In some cases, you see variations being even higher than the initial contract sum. I've been in a project where such happened. The variation itself became higher than the original contract sum. And it is not right, if you ask me, except it's obvious. That's why we talk about fair payment. If it's obvious that the scope actually changed to that extent, you can't rule it out. But if it happens that way, it means that from the onset, the consultant didn't do a good job. If the consultant did a good job, variations will be minimal. It usually happens in subsoil, underground work, where you wouldn't know what happens under the ground until you start work. So if you get to site and find out that the soil is not actually what you expected, it could lead to such variation. And the engineer will sit with the contractor and evaluate what is new. But on the existing job, we also do measurements and evaluation. That's the essence of BEME, Bill of Engineering Measurements and Evaluation. In stages, whichever part of the job that is completed, you measure it based on the bill. There's a payment for a particular volume of work done. So if that volume is completed, the engineer evaluates or measures and evaluates, and the contractor gets paid. But if it's additional work due to unforeseen conditions, they will also evaluate, they will measure and evaluate, and the contractor will get paid. Like I was saying, you get to a site and you dig up the foundation, maybe it's a building project, and you find out that the soil is too weak. Maybe during the design, the consultant didn't do a soil test, which is not proper as well. So, but if it happens, the contractor will be compensated because the contractor will need to fortify the soil before putting up the structure. So it becomes a work that will be evaluated. Then variations and adjustments. There are some contracts that will not allow for variation. I've also been involved in such projects. They will tell you there is no room for variation. Make sure you do this work, and they will give you time for completion. But you can't run away from variation and adjustments in a project of long duration, a project of over 18 months. You can't rule out variation and adjustments. And also in a project being executed in an inflationary condition, just like we have in our country today. It doesn't even need to be a project of long duration before you talk of adjustments and variation. You could get a bag of cement today for 10,000 naira, and the next day is selling for 15,000 naira. That is an inflationary environment. So in such situations, variations and adjustments must be part and parcel of the contract. Because you won't allow the contractor to suffer unnecessarily because of the economic conditions of the country. They floated the naira and it's affecting everything. The cost of petrol or any form of power is not easy to get by. Today, Nigerians are paying over 1,000 naira for a liter of petrol. Let's assume you bidded for a project when the cost of fuel was maybe 500 naira per liter. And you need this fuel to power your equipment and the rest of them. And now it's selling for above 1,000 naira per liter. How will you cope? So in such situations, we allow for adjustments and variations. So should the price of certain things change, it will also affect the contract price. That's the essence of such. I was in an argument with someone. They said the Iran war caused the increase in price of our petrol. Before Iran war, crude was selling for about $75 per barrel. Then during the war proper, we saw crude rise above $100 per barrel. And we started buying fuel at 1,300 or even more per liter. But today, the price of crude has come down to even less than it was before the war. Brent crude, I think, should be selling around $73 per barrel. Why are we still buying petrol at over 1,000 naira per barrel? Sorry, 1,000 naira per liter. I keep on asking. I think the problem is from our operators here in the country. We don't have a functional refinery. Even when we spend billions, if not trillions of naira on turnaround maintenance of the 4 refineries that we have in the country, yet we can't produce a liter of petrol. I think that is the fault in governance. And now somebody has decided to invest in that sector, Dangote, and build a refinery that has a capacity for meeting our local demand and also for export. What the least I expect the government to do for him is to give him crude at a cheaper rate. Or even if you don't want to give him at a cheaper rate, give him in naira. Yet we will still see Dangote going outside the shores of this country to source for crude. That is why we are still paying over 1,000 naira a liter of petrol. Government should also help the citizens in this aspect. We have the crude here in our country. Why can't you give him at a price that will be convenient so that when he refines, we also get the price of refined products at a cheaper rate? And the contractors will be happy for it. Ordinary Nigerians will be happy for it. So that all these variations and adjustments will be minimal. So what does variation do? It governs scope changes and price adjustments. So like I said, it's embedded in the general conditions of contract, especially for projects of long duration and projects executed in highly inflationary economy. Large projects often require design modifications. This clause ensures changes are documented, approved, and fairly compensated. You see, such changes could even lead to design modifications. Maybe during the initial design stage, that particular part was not seen. So during the prosecution stage, you find out that you need to redesign. So that redesigning and the modifications will attract variations and adjustments. So, and when you document it and they are approved by the engineer, the PE is obligated to compensate the contractor in terms of payment and also time extension. So those are the ways we take care of variations and adjustments. Contract price and payment. Also a part of the general conditions of contract that defines payment schedule, interim certificates, provisional sums, and final settlement. You see, as the job progresses, the contractor is paid based on the extent of work done. That's why we talk about the BEME, the Bill of Engineering Measurement and Evaluation. It's based on the stages of work done as stipulated in the BEME that payments are approved. Then we should have defined payment schedule. Is it monthly? Is it based on milestones? So these are all well stated in general conditions of contract. There's what we call interim certificate. When a certain extent of work is done, the contractor can request for payment. And if the engineer approves that that part of the job has been completed, the contractor will be paid by the PE. That's the interim certificates. We also have provisional sums. There's what they call B1, in our project schedule, where we have provisional sums. They are also part of it. Where the ones that will take care of office spaces and well-being of the personnel, they are all included in provisional sums. Then the final settlement, when the project has been certified completed, the engineer endorses and the contractor gets final payment. So this particular clause balances contractor cash flow needs with PE's fiscal accountability. So once there's an agreement on how the cash flow will be, there wouldn't be a problem between the contractor and the PE, because right from the onset, the condition has been stated that at so milestone or so time, the PE will pay the contractor based on confirmation by the engineer. Now, termination by PE. There's a provision for termination of contract. Termination could come from the PE. It could also come from the contractor. So what are the conditions? The PE allows, termination by PE allows PE to terminate for contractor default, insolvency, or prolonged delays. These are the conditions under which the PE can terminate the contract. If the contractor defaults in terms of quality of the work, schedule of the work, and other stipulations that are expected of the contractor, the PE can terminate the job. Insolvency, if the contractor goes bankrupt, he can't fund the project again. He may have misused the money. You see, here we see contractors, once they get their first payment, or what we call mobilization, they will go and buy cars, build houses. Some will marry new wives because they will see money. And when the job starts proper, you see them complain about lack of funds. They go bankrupt. So in such situation, the PE has a right to terminate the contract, but it will also go with consequences, because you can't take the PE's money and run away like that. Another thing is prolonged delays. There's a schedule of time for the project. Now, you are delaying this job unnecessarily. The PE may decide to fire you, especially if the job is time-bound. You want to complete this building for an event that is already scheduled to start some time. Let's say like the US is hosting the World Cup. They know that the World Cup will start in June, and they gave you a contract to build maybe a stadium. And by May, you are still not getting close to the completion of the contract. The PE can terminate the contract. Excuse me. Now, the public interest will also be protected by ensuring stalled projects can be reassigned. I just talked about the World Cup. In such a situation, since you know that this stadium or this facility will be used in the very near future, in fact, you won't even wait for it to get to May before you terminate the contract. Once you see that the contractor is unnecessarily delaying the project, and from the look of things, the contractor wouldn't meet the target, you terminate and get a new contractor to complete the job. But while doing that, you have to assess the work done already by the contractor. If the contractor has been overpaid, the contractor will have to refund all overpayments made to him or her. But if you are still owing the contractor, which in this case may not apply, you have to also pay up. So in termination, you take cognizance of what the contractor has already done. You measure the job done then compare it with the payments already made to see who will balance each other. And in estimating this, you also look at the materials on site. If the contractor has procured materials on site, the PE has to pay for the materials because at the end of the day, the PE will still use the materials. So you have to less the cost of the materials in trying to balance payment. Then if there are equipment on site brought in by the contractor, you also have to find a way to balance whether the contractor will have to pull out the equipment. Definitely the movement of the equipment will be at the contractor's expense. But if you balance the payments and find out that the contractor will still owe you, owe the PE, you may even have to seize the equipment because you have to recover your money. Unless the contractor signs an agreement on how the payment will be done. But if the termination is by the contractor and for cogent reasons, in that case, when you check the materials on site, PE will pay for the materials. Then the removal of equipment by the contractor will also be paid by the PE because the contract was terminated due to PE's own negligence. So all the cost of repatriation of equipment and personnel of the contractor directly related to the work. See, there's a way we evaluate it. It's not every personnel that comes to sites that is directly related to the project. So those who are directly related to the project, their repatriation will be taken care of by the PE because his negligence caused the termination of the contract. In one of my lectures, one of my participants asked a question. If, say, the contractor's supervisor on site had a girlfriend or the wife present during the construction and termination happens due to PE's negligence. Now, in checking repatriation of personnel, will you count that girlfriend or wife as being directly involved in the project? I'm sure many of you will say no. But arguments arose when this issue came up. And the argument was that that wife was doing some duties that also enhanced the man's performance on the project. While some will argue that it was a distraction in the project. So depending on your own divide. So, but that's not what we are discussing today. Okay, suspension and termination by contractor. I already told you that contractor can also suspend or terminate if PE fails to meet obligations, and majorly is about payment. So this clause prevents abuse of power by the government. If you are talking about government contracts, if a contractor is owed, they are not paid when you are supposed to be paid, it could lead to termination or suspension. So in that case, the PE, if it's the government, is bound by the conditions of contract to pay. And in some cases, when you delay such payments, you pay it with interest. Because holding somebody's money, it disturbs cash flow. And when there is no cash flow, it stores the project. So suspension and termination could come both ways. Risk and responsibility. Allocate risk fairly. Contractors handle operational risk. What are these operational risks? Equipment and workmanship. While PE covers regulatory and political risk, things like permits, land disputes. So in a project, there must be risk. You can't run away from risks and responsibility. So while the contractor will bear some of the risks, the PE will also bear some. So where it has to do with operational risks, Equipment, the contractor will have to handle that. Make sure you bring your equipment, protect your equipment, bring your workforce, protect the workforce. It's your own responsibility as a contractor. Those are the risks you have to carry. While the PE will handle political risk like permits, permission to have access to some things. If there are land disputes in communities, the PE will have to handle them. Is the risk of the PE. You don't expect the contractor to go and start settling land disputes. It's none of his business. So everybody bears his or her own risk according to the general conditions of contract. I've also been in a project where utility became a problem, electric poles. The road was supposed to be a dual carriage road. And because of electric poles, it had to stall the project. So you don't expect the contractor to start removing electric poles. It's the work of the PE. So what they did was to tell the PE, it's a government project, that now told the ministry that is involved in that, I think utilities, to go and remove the electric poles. It took time for the electric poles to be relocated, and it became a compensation event to the contractor in terms of time. So these are the things that we see in contracts. Now, insurance. My colleague will talk more about insurance when the time comes. The contractors must insure works, equipment, and personnel. For large works, insurance is critical to cover accidents, natural disasters, or theft. You see, insurance is very important because of the risk that we talked about earlier. It is very necessary that the equipment must be insured in case of anything. The personnel as well should also have some form of insurance or assurance in terms of life. So should accidents happen on site, insurance companies will take care of it. That's the essence of insurance. Insurance works well in advanced countries, Western world. But here in our place, we don't take insurance so very importantly. I just wish that we'll have this mindset that will change the way we see insurance. Insurance companies here just collect your premium, and if you are involved in any accident, they make you go through procedures that are so tedious that sometimes people don't bother going for it. But I bet you if insurance companies will work effectively in the country, a lot of problems that we have, especially on the road, will not happen. All of us are mandated to obtain what we call third-party insurance. Please, we are in class. Mike. A lot of us are mandated to obtain what we call third-party insurance for our vehicles. Do you know that if you have third-party insurance and I have third-party insurance on my vehicle, what it means that if we have accidents on the road, your vehicle and my vehicle, we are not even supposed to shout and start fighting each other. We'll just go to an insurance company. It's a third-party accident. My insurance company will fix your vehicle, and your own insurance company will fix my vehicle. And everybody goes home in case of a minor death, not serious crash that will lead to loss of lives. So that is where insurance works. But here, they want you to pass through rigorous procedures, and at the end of the day, you wouldn't even want to start going for claims. But I think we should have a mindset change on that so that we'll see insurance work here. It works in other climes. Why wouldn't it work here? So contractors are expected to insure their equipment and their personnel to cover accidents, natural disasters, or theft. And you know we have a lot of theft around here. So insurance companies will be ready to pay. In that case, you go for comprehensive insurance so that if there is theft, they will replace the equipment. Then there's what we call force majeure. This protects both parties from unforeseeable events. There are things that you never imagined could happen at the onset of the project. Something like natural disaster, war, or pandemics. In 2020, nobody ever knew that we'll have what we call COVID-19. It was a pandemic that shut down the entire world for months. Millions of people died. Assuming there was a project, of course, there were projects going on there. What will be the fate of the parties in the project? So these are unforeseen events. A war can break up in the middle of a project. So general conditions of contract will take cognizance of such occurrences. A natural disaster can happen. There could be an earthquake. Anything can happen. So in such cases, the GCC will tell us how to handle such situations should they arise. Now, settlement of claims and disputes. I mentioned it earlier that in project execution, there are always disputes. You can't rule it away. It could be minor, it could be major. So there are mechanisms that are set in place to handle such disputes when they arise. We could have arbitration or litigation pathways, and this is often preferred for efficiency, especially in mega projects where delays can be costly. Like I said earlier, the engineer could intervene and solve the problem without going to arbitration. But to handle such things, we always have adjudication team that will handle any dispute between contractor and PE. And this adjudication team will be made up of members who are well knowledgeable on the field of that particular project. So when such disputes arise, it will be looked into and resolved. But if they fail to agree, or if any of the parties fail to agree with the judgment of the adjudicator, you can go for arbitration. So arbitration will now set up resolutions that must be adhered to. So whatever judgment the arbitration comes on must be obeyed by the parties involved. There's what we call value engineering. If a contractor sees something that will be beneficial to the project, in the course of execution of the project, the contractor will make a proposal for that to happen. Then during that proposal, he will put the financial aspect of it and also the time aspect of it for the proposed change to happen. The proposal must be beneficial to the PE and the general public. So if it happens, the PE will give approval for it. So let's read what we have here. Contractor may, at its own cost, prepare a value engineering proposal during the performance of the contract. The proposal shall, at a minimum, include the following: the proposed changes and a description of the reference to the existing contract requirements, a full cost-benefit analysis of the proposed change, including a description and estimate of costs, including life cycle costs, the procuring entity may incur in implementing the value engineering proposal. Then a description of any effects of the change on performance or functionality. So the contractor at his own cost does this proposal based on value engineering, something that will enhance the project or even uplift it. So if it results in a reduction of the contract price, the amount to be paid to the contractor shall be the percentage specified in SCC. SCC is Special Conditions of Contract of the reduction in the contract price. The procuring entity may accept the value engineering proposal. It's not binding on him to accept, but he may accept if the proposal demonstrates some good benefits. Because the contractor must have done cost-benefit analysis. So if the benefits outweigh the cost, I think the PE will accept. So what happens to accelerate the contract completion period? That's if it accelerates the contract completion period or reduce the contract price or the life cycle cost to the procuring entity, or improve the quality, efficiency, safety, or sustainability of the facilities, or yields any other benefits to the procuring entity with, excuse me, without compromising the functionality of the works. So if it happens that the procuring entity has assessed all these benefits and it results in an increase in the contract price, but results in a reduction in life cycle cost due to any benefit described in the above, the amount to be paid to the contractor shall be the full increase in the contract price. So that is value engineering proposal. Gentlemen and ladies, the GCC provides a standard for guidance on both the PE and the contractor, as well as the contractor's representative on site. It's a general document that guides the day-to-day running of the project and also enhances smooth operation. Everything is well documented so that both parties will not fault each other. Thank you for listening. Do we have questions or comments? You're welcome. Okay. Okay. Yes, you call it substructure, the one under the soil. Okay, yes.
Hello. Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Can I go on my question, sir?
Please, someone is talking physically. Let's listen to her. I will allow you to talk later, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. You heard me talk about insurance. First of all, if the personnel were insured, this time insurance now because it's life assurance. So there will be an obligation on the contractor to pay for them through insurance policy. Now, what the government is supposed to do, I told you the one we investigated here in a way. Before embarking on such projects, a consultant should go to the site and do a thorough design, do soil test, with the nature of the soil, you now know the kind of structure that can stand on that soil without failure. Now, during construction, the engineer will also supervise what the contractor is doing to ensure that specification is strictly adhered to. But if during construction, the engineer and the contractor find out that there's a significant difference from what the consultant saw earlier and what is on ground, that is where variation now comes in. They will now do something that will also stand the test of time because of the new developments that they found. So I hope that answered your question. Thank you. Can I see? I'm not seeing them here. I'm not seeing them there. Okay, should I start here?
Mecca, you have the floor to ask your question.
Hello, can you hear me? So please, I just have a question. There was an incident that I witnessed one time. There was for an MDA that wanted to procure some vehicles. So they made after the contractual agreements and everything, they made the first tranche release for them to make the procurement. So, but there was a delay in release of funds. So it took a long time, and within that time, there was this inflation that went up, and then the total contractual amount skyrocketed. So there was also a way to provisionally balance like the changes. But in this case, my question is, how would be a more balanced way to solve this kind of issue? Is it going to court? Because if they insist that they won't pay again, that there is a contractual agreement, what would be a more streamlined way to solve this kind of issue?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, if I heard you correctly, is the issue of a price change or contract sum change due to maybe inflation. I said it earlier, the conditions of contract will allow for such, especially in inflationary environment and contracts of long duration. So if it is stated in the general conditions of contract, the PE has an obligation to pay for any such change in price. It's an obligation, he has no choice. That's why it's stated in the general conditions of contract. But should he refuse to pay, like you said, the contractor will go for adjudication or subsequently arbitration. And definitely the arbitration will come up with a conclusion that the PE must pay. So he has no option than to pay. That's it. If not, the contractor will terminate the contract. Thank you. I hope that answers your question. No other question?
No other person, so that we can call it a day.
Don't call it a day. We can leave for the session.
Any other question? The person can unmute himself.
Okay, good day, sir.
Thank you. Very nice.
Yes, please. Prof. Okay, you are actually my course advisor in FUTO, and I'm happy to be here to meet with you once again. Now, but down to my question. I happen to do a project in one of the states in Nigeria, a subcontractor, and there was a specification for iron rods to be used. When I spoke to the contractor, interjected that it does not provide materials with what the drawing stipulates. That is what the bid stipulates. It provides material for. So I don't. In such situation, how do we reconcile it? Me as the engineer on site, how do I? I don't know that I get my question.
Well, I can decipher a little bit. Was breaking at a point. If you can briefly say something about it. If I heard it correctly, there's discrepancy between the drawing and the bill.
Yes, yes. The drawing provides thin rods, while the bid provides for 10 mm. So in that case, what do I do as an engineer on ground?
Thank you very much. You are representing the contractor, if I'm right.
Yes.
First of all, is measurement and evaluation should be done based on the drawing. So if they fail to do that, it's a lapse on whoever that prepared that bill. But that is why we have the PE's representative on site, the engineer himself. It's his duty to confirm the one that is adequate. Is it the one on the drawing or the one on the bill? So if the engineer certifies which one is the right one to use, and the contractor goes ahead to use that, the payment will be based on the one that was actually used. And the PE has an obligation to pay because the engineer who is his representative has certified. Are you okay with that?
Yes, yes, I am. Thank you, sir.
I'm happy to hear from one of my former students.
Thank you so much, Prof. Yeah.
Samsung. Any other question from any participant or comment? There's none. We can close for this session while we wait for the next one.
There's no more session.
Yeah. Up to the mic.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I don't know if I'm audible. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sir. My question is this. When you talked about collapse structures, you seem to base all the like the blames or the fault on the contractor. And you talked about maybe him conniving maybe with the engineer to cut costs. Can you hear me, please?
Line is breaking.
Okay, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm in my work and it's a bit noisy, but
Go ahead.
I wanted to know if the regulatory agencies have no role at all to play in collapse structure beyond just the function, the parts you mentioned concerning the
the contractor and the engineer? What is the role of the regulatory agencies when buildings collapse?
Okay, thank you very much. If you listened to the story I told about the building that collapsed in Owerri some years back, where I was involved in the investigation, I told you that OCDA, that's the Owerri Capital Development Authority, that is supposed to do building control in Owerri, approved 6-story building, and they went ahead to do 7. When we went to OCDA to inquire, they said they were not even aware. They didn't give approval for the 7th floor. So, but before that 7th floor, they were going to monitor the project. So in summary, they have a role, in fact, a strong role to play in development because it's their basic responsibility. It's not even just between the PE and the contractor. The official control agencies have major roles to play. See, their own is just to go there, mark X, and they want you to give them envelope and allow you to continue building. But we didn't want to press further. I'm sure that's what happened in that particular case. Somebody may have collected a brown envelope and allowed them to go ahead with the 7th floor. So that is what we preach against in procurement. So to answer your question, the regulatory agencies have a lot of roles to play in such construction events. Thank you. Because they are the ones that give approval. If they don't give approval, you can't continue building.
I have truly changed. I have learned from everything that happened.
Okay, do you have any other questions from any participant? Mike, I'm saying that we still have time. We can't close. Okay, teacher. Is less than, and you are supposed to close by 4, isn't it?
What we are first is to do today, we give them case study. Let's say, because I know if you start teaching now, in the next 2 hours, you finish for them. Your work is more technical. That's just 10 pages. Because if you start talking, so this one is no longer give them work. And do it, this one, so they even sweat where they are. So if we are done, let's take this one, give them case study. I don't have a case study. I can do that one. I don't have case study. Our case studies are general. We want to do them tomorrow. We want to our case study. So that it's easy to cover the timetable, even the schedule tomorrow.
Ah, kò ní ti fẹ́ kú. Àìsàn tó dà kù sí ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó ti kú. Wọ́n ti parí, wọ́n ní kú fún wa.
iPhone, you are arrested.
The own is better.
Hello, please hold on. We have one more slide. One more section, please. We have one more section. Hold on. We have one more section. Then we now close, please.
Huh? Come now. No, Meneni.
You know that I don't say ICT as it is now. You know that the connect over there.
We can go and do our own. Let me see.
I don't have any.
No, I've given you the assignment. Go and raise it and get all the information, bring it up. Let's see.
Okay.
Sometimes,
Exactly.
huh?
No.
The highest will say you know.
Because even though they are put for, even the zones and all of them,
And you will still pay them.
They are not paying.
approved, though, you got to account stop.
You will still pay them.
All of them in the old office, they are not paid for.
You know, we are in two different things.
1 month.
Yes, that's what
Okay, now, it has come to money now. It's an issue. I don't think you will pay.
Okay. Okay, gentlemen and okay, gentlemen and ladies, we are back to another section. This one is titled Special Conditions of Contract. Now, what we earlier discussed is general conditions of contract. I told you the only reason you can amend general conditions of contract is through special conditions of contract. You can't delete any part of the conditions, general conditions of contract, but you can amend using special conditions of contract to apply to your peculiar needs in that particular contract. That is why it is called special conditions of contract. Some people call it particular conditions of contract, PCC. So whether PCC or SCC, they mean the same. It's tailoring some aspects of the general conditions to particular needs or special needs. That is why the name special conditions of contract. So any clause in general conditions of contract that needs to be modified to suit that particular project, you do it with special conditions of contract. So the special conditions of contract for works are provisions that modify, supplement, or adapt the general conditions of contract to suit the specific project, location, and procurement requirements in Nigeria. So it's not like making new conditions of contract, but using that general conditions of contract and modifying it or supplementing it. You can add something to it or adapt it to a peculiar project so that it will suit that particular project, suit location, and also suit the procurement requirements in Nigeria. Now, the key purposes: project-specific adaptation. It tailors the standard contracts, that's the GCC, to peculiar needs of a particular project. It reflects site conditions, risks, and project complexity. So if there are projects that the site conditions are peculiar, not as contained in the general conditions of contract, you could now adapt SCC to take care of those particular needs. Then clarification of contract terms. It removes ambiguity by providing clear and precise details relevant to the contract. You see, the general conditions of contract, we just do it holistically, give us the general conditions. But here we are looking at the special conditions, the special things in that particular project that is not seen everywhere. So we look at the precise details relevant to that particular contract. And it ensures both PE and contractor understand their obligations. Now, allocation of risks. It defines how risks, example, delays, cost overruns, environmental issues are shared. And it also helps to reduce disputes. You see, in the general conditions of contract, it was just open-ended. But here, those risks are listed, and each person will know the one he or she is bearing. Something like the delays, the cost overruns, environmental issues. We now say this person is bearing this risk, the other person is bearing this risk, as long as this particular project is concerned. Now, legal and regulatory compliance. It also aligns the contract with Nigerian procurement laws and industry regulations and standards. So, as expected, the Nigerian procurement laws are strictly followed, as well as industrial regulations and standards. We have regulations from people like COREN, Council for Regulation of Engineering in country, Nigeria. So such regulatory bodies also have a role to play in legal and regulatory compliance. Now, contract administration. This SCC also provides details for payment procedures, time limits, and performance guarantees. They are well specified. The payment procedure, the time limits, and performance guarantees as applicable to that particular project. Now, dispute prevention and resolution. Yes, while we have this in GCC, here we specify the mechanisms such as arbitration, adjudication, or any other one if available, alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. So in SCC, they are stipulated. Now let's explain some of the SCC clauses for works. We have under contracts identification and parties. Section 1.1.31 talks about the PE's name and address. In this section, the PE is identified by the name and address. Sorry, an address, and used for official communication and legal reference. If you want to write the PE, you use that address and that name for any official communication. And if you are taking the PE to court, you should also use that legal name and address. Now, contractor's name and address as well will identify the contractor responsible for executing the works and also establish legal accountability. So we should know who the contractor is, not the personal name of the owner of the company, but the company's name and address. So that's the official contractor's name. We should be able to identify the address, and any correspondence going to the contractor will come in that name and address. Now, there are time-related clauses in SCC. One of them is 1.1.84, time for completion. While we allow time completion in GCC, but in SCC, the time duration allowed to complete the project is expressed in days, weeks, or months, explicitly. Everybody will see it. For this particular project, this is the completion period. It's well stated in SCC. We also have under section 1.1.27 defects notification period. The time after completion during which contractor must fix defects at own cost. We talked about it in GCC. So now we are bringing it home to a particular project. So we are not going to waste much time on this section because we've done most of the explanation in GCC. So the same way that defects liabilities apply in GCC, in SCC, we have it, but with particular reference to this peculiar project. Then the time must also be stated. The contractor is expected to carry out those defect corrections or those corrections within the defect liability period. Now, time for parties to sign contracts. The SCC will also specify the period within which both parties must execute the agreement after award. Once the award is given, there should be a specified period of time within which the agreement must be executed. It's specified in the SCC. Time to access the site also. We should state explicitly when the contractor will be given possession of the site. It should be well stated. Either a specific date or a particular duration from the time of signing the contract. Then legal framework. Under 1.4, we have the governing law. And this law specifies that the contract is governed by Nigerian law or any other specified law, if applicable. But mostly here we talk about the Nigerian law, is procurement in Nigeria. So we basically talk about the laws of our country. Now, financial and liability clauses, like the 14.3 sub III, talks about the total liability of contractor. we look at the maximum financial liability of the contractor to the PA under the contract. So it's explicitly stated in SCC that this is the maximum financial liability of the contractor to the PE under the contract, under section 14.3 III. Now, site and project conditions. 2.1 talks about site, and it defines the location where the works will be executed. In terms of coordinates, longitude, latitude, and height above mean sea level. This is the exact location where this project will take place. It's well stated in site location under SCC. You don't just say the building will be located in Owerri. No, you have to give us the coordinates of that particular point so that it will be specific. If the contractor goes against those coordinates, it's null and void, except approved by the engineer. Now, we also have the portion that deals with securities and guarantees. 4.2 deals with performance security. We have what we call guarantee, which is usually a percentage of the contract sum, ensuring contractor performs obligations. Performance security declaration is acceptable and required in the SCC. It could be 5% of the contract sum, it could be 10%, depending on the agreement. What it means is that there should be a guarantee, especially from the bank, of the contractor to do the work as expected. So should the contractor fail to do the work, this performance security will be used by the PE to recover funds. Now, we also have E&S performance security. Talk about environmental and social standards. There are standards that will maintain our environment. There are also standards that will maintain social peace. And such standards will be respected by the contractor. He will ensure strict compliance with these environmental and social standards. So we have that also embedded in E&S performance security. So if the contractor fails, he is also liable to prosecution. Now, notification and utility clauses is also found in the special conditions of contract. And here we look at 4.7.2 sub A. It talks about the period for notification of errors. We have time allowed to notify errors in contract document. One of the participants asked earlier, if during the pre-contract stage, we discover that there are discrepancies in the drawing and the bill, you can sort this out at this particular point. If there are other errors in the contract, there should be a period for notification of errors. So if the contractor, even after taking over the construction site, discovers that there are errors and is still within the period of notification of errors, the PE can be notified through the appropriate channel. Now, a period of payment for temporary utilities. This specifies when contractor must pay for temporary services. You know, when a contractor comes to site, there may be need to rent spaces, maybe for the workforce, for office, and for the rest of them. And they will need water and electricity. So in such situations where electricity and water can be accessed, maybe through the government, the contractor is expected to pay for such services. They are temporary services. So periodically they are expected to pay. And the period of payments should be specified in the SCC. Now, subcontracting. There's maximum allowable subcontracting as stated in 5.1 sub A of the SCC. And it limits the portion of works contractor can subcontract. It's not everything that you can subcontract as a contractor. So this particular clause will give the limit that can be subcontracted by the contractor. Some people will just pick up a contract, they won't do anything. They will sublet every aspect of the contract. No, we're saying that here there's a maximum that can be allowed. And if the contractor exceeds that maximum, it's null and void. The PE will question. Then under sub B of that same subcontracting, there are works not permitted for subcontracting. The PE can decide that there are works that you cannot subcontract, and it identifies critical parts that must be done by the main contractor. There are certain parts of the project that will be very close to the heart of the PE that it doesn't want subcontracting. Yes, there's supervision, but then the PE insists that these parts of the project must be done by the main contractor. You don't subcontract. So it's stated in 5.1b of SCC. So such works are listed. Then working conditions. In 6.5 of the SCC, we'll talk about the normal working hours. It also specifies official working times on site. I already said something about working time. Some people do 6 hours, some do 8 hours. So whatever is the working time will be specified in the SCC. Now, delay damages. Delay damages per day. There should be penalty payable for each day of delay. What do you mean by delay damages? If there's a time limit given for a particular aspect of a job, or even the entire job, and the contractor is going beyond that period of time, there should be penalty for each day of the delay. Penalty, maybe monetary terms, or whatever terms, usually monetary terms. So it should be stated how many days that will be allowed for such. Now, maximum delay damages, it also puts a cap on total liquidated damages. So there's a maximum that can be allowed. Now, measurement and costing. Clause 12.2 talks about measurement or method of measurement. You define how work quantities are measured. Example, BOQ, BEME, that's Bill of Engineering Measurement and Evaluation. That's how we measure the work. That's why we have experienced people on site. The engineer will take the measurements. When the contractor comes up with his own measurements, the engineer will confirm whether the measurements are okay in terms of the amount of work done. And it's based on work done that payments can be raised. So the method of measurement will be defined in the SCC. So you don't just wake up and take up any form of measurement. You will stick to what the special conditions of contract has stipulated. Now, 12.3 of that same SCC talks about percentage profit. Here, contractors' profit percentage on certain cost items are stated. So the contractor will have a specific percentage profit on certain cost items, not all, certain cost items that will also be stated. Now, under section 13.4 sub B sub II, we talk about the overheads and profits on provisional sums. We also have percentage added for contractors' overheads and profit. Of course, every contractor is out there to make profit. So there should be percentage added for contractors' overheads and profit. This is in special conditions of contract, not in general. Now, payments. 14.2.3 of SCC talks about repayment of advance payment. The terms for recovering advance paid to contractor. You know, at the commencement of the project, the contractor is giving what we call advance fee payment. It's actually a percentage of the contract sum. Now, the contractor repays this money as he earns certificate. So there should be a repayment plan that should be documented in SCC to show how the contractor will make repayments of the advance payments. Maybe during any certificate, there should be some refund of the advance payment. It could also be stated that when about 90% of the project must have been completed, the contractor is expected to have refunded the advance payment. So whatever it is will be stated in special conditions of contract. Now, period of payments talks about the time within which payments must be made. I said it in the GCC. It's also stated within the limits, maybe monthly basis or milestones achieved. So whatever it is, it should be explicitly stated in SCC. Percentage of retention, you see this in clause 14.3, sub III. The portion of payments withheld as security. You see, when the project is eventually completed, there's what we call retention money. This money will be kept by the PE until a certain time that is also stated in the SCC, when the money can now be given to the contractor if all the defects have been taken care of, or if there is no defects and if there is no liability again on the contractor. This money will now be released to the contractor. So the limit, the percentage, and even the limit will be stated in these clauses in special conditions of contract. The maximum retention amount allowed will be stated. Now, materials and interim payments. It should also be stated in clause 14.5b sub I that plans and materials conditions for payment and ownership of materials on site. It should be stated conditions of payment and ownership of materials on site. You see, ordinarily, once materials are brought to site, they become property of the PE because the materials will eventually be used. But the conditions will also be stated here for the payment and ownership. If the PE paid before bringing the materials, if it's stated there that the materials will become his property, should the contract be terminated, the materials will become the property of the PE. It should be stated. But if it is otherwise, that the contractor will own the materials, it will also be stated, whichever is the situation. But generally, once materials are brought to site, they become property of the PE. It's only the equipment that still belongs to the contractor. Should there be termination of contract, the contractor can move equipment and personnel while the materials will remain on site. But like I said, it is what the special conditions state that will apply if such situation arises, because it's not cast in stone that it must belong to PE or it must belong to contractor. But whatever the clause states will be strictly followed. Now, maximum interim payment, maximum amount payable during interim valuations. You see, at every interim certificate raised, there should be a maximum ceiling. That is the maximum amount that the PE can pay the contractor in this certificate, in any certificate. So it shouldn't exceed that maximum. If you don't put a ceiling to it, the contractor can make a demand that will far outweigh the PE, and he will not be able to pay. So if there's a ceiling, that ceiling must be adhered to. And that is in clause 14.6.2 of the SCC. Now, payment timelines. As in 14.7 sub B sub I, period of interim payment, there should also be a specific time within which PE must pay interim certificates. You don't allow the certificates to linger for too long because it's the payments that will give the contractor cash flow to execute the next stage of the project. That is why we have interim certificates. Once a particular aspect of the job is done, the contractor puts up a certificate, the engineer confirms, and the PE pays. Job continues. So there should be a time within which the PE must pay. If the PE doesn't pay, that is a failure, and the contractor can hold that to terminate the project or make a case or demand for interest. So once that period is stated in SEC, everybody will be obliged to follow that the payment timeline. Now, section 14.7b sub II talks about period for final payment, the time allowed to settle final account. So it should also be stated at what point will the final account be settled. Then 14.8 talks about the financial charges for delayed payment. I mentioned it earlier. It could be interest. If there's a delay, the contractor may demand for interest. In the next certificate, you pay interest on the old payment. That's how it's done. I wouldn't know whether our people here will want to do that. Okay, risk and extraordinary events, just like we also noted in general conditions of contract under section 14.11.1b of SCC, we talk about the force majeure, which covers events beyond control. I spoke explicitly or well on that earlier. Something like war, natural disasters, and the likes. I mentioned the pandemic in the last session, so we don't need to talk much on that again. Then we also have section 19.1 that talks about permitted deductible limits, limits on contractors' insurance claims responsibility. So we also have limits that can be deducted for insurance. So like I said, my colleague will talk more on insurance tomorrow. So you'll get more knowledge on that. But what you need to know that is that in SCC, we have limits that can be deducted and is explicitly listed or documented so that the parties involved will know the limit. Insurance and risk. Insurance specifies required insurance cover. I also talked about that earlier. The works, the personnel, and the equipment. So we will insure all these things against damages, against theft, and the rest of them. If it's life, we'll also talk about life assurance. So the insurance policy will be specified, whether it's comprehensive, third party, or the likes. Now, we also have exceptional risks. These ones define risks not covered under normal contract terms. There could be risks that are not covered under the normal contract terms. So we call them exceptional risks. So under section 19.2.1 sub IV, these risks are taken care of. Should they arise, what will happen? Then dispute resolution, you can see that in section 20.4 for arbitration. Arbitration is the final dispute resolution mechanism that you apply in a project that we are discussing. Adjudication usually comes before arbitration. So you see adjudication under 21.1, interim dispute resolution method using during contract execution. So if there's any dispute, the two parties will go to adjudication. The adjudicator will now decide on how to resolve it. If it is the fault of the PE will be fined. If it's the fault of the contractor will take the responsibility. But if any of the parties is not comfortable with the position of the adjudicator, the person can go for arbitration. So arbitration will now give final judgment, which is binding on both parties. Okay, we have contract forms. The tenderer is expected to complete and includes these contract forms. The Form 1, notification of intention to award of contract. Another form that deals with letter of award, contract agreement, performance security, then performance security option 2 with performance bond, then advance payment security. Here you demand bank guarantee form. Also retention money security, you demand bank guarantee. So these are some of the contract forms that a contractor is expected to complete. So gentlemen and ladies, once again, we have done justice to special conditions of contract. And like I said earlier, is a modification of the general conditions of contract. General conditions will have the holistic conditions that every contract will follow, but you now tailor it to your need if you have peculiarities in your contract using special conditions of contract. Thank you for listening. Do you have comments and questions?
Good afternoon, sir. Please. At some point, I actually lost. I think I lost it at some point. I want to know the major difference that you and the way you outlined it. The major difference between I don't know if am I audible, please? Can you hear me?
Yes,
hello?
Please repeat the question. You said the major difference between what and what?
There's no, I think there seems to be noise in your background. The noise is overshadowing. Okay, yeah, I can hear you now. I want to know the major difference between the special conditions of contract and what's it called? And the general condition. What's the major difference? Special condition and the general. At the beginning, when you started, I think I noted some point, but at some point I was no longer able to really differentiate between both of them.
Okay, no problem.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
When I was on, I still did a recap on that. I said special conditions of contracts, we modify some clauses in general conditions of contract. I told you general conditions of contract are there. You don't even edit, you don't delete. What you do is to modify some aspects of the GCC to apply to peculiarities in your contract. That is where you now have special conditions of contract. So it's used to modify the general conditions of contract. It's not like something that is entirely new. So such clauses that will apply to your peculiarities will be modified using special conditions of contract. I hope you got that. Got this. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, my colleague wants to throw more light on that, so you can listen to him.
Every procurement should have both general conditions of contract, which applies to every BPP project. You cannot edit it, it cannot be changed. They're always there. But the special conditions of contract is the one that adapts what is in the general one to the particular project you have. The peculiarities of that the project that you want to bid for now. It's contained in the special conditions of contract.
Now essentially. Okay, I hope you got that. Do you have any other question or comment? Favor, your hand is okay. Thank you. I'm seeing your thumbs up. Miracle, I'm clapping. Thank you very much. Emmanuel, your thumbs up, well appreciated. Oh, this clap is just thank you very much. I don't know, Dan Favor, your hand is up, or is it by mistake?
If there is no other question, can somebody give us a prayer so that we can close for the day? Tomorrow we start by 9:15 or 9.
Vote of thanks first before closing prayer. If you are happy with what we did today, someone should move vote of thanks while another person close the session with a prayer so that we go ahead.
Hold on. Thank you so much. Hello, Prof.
Okay, model coordinator. Let's hear from you.
All right. So I want to thank everyone, especially our facilitators for today. Like for today, we have been able to cover some sections. We have treated pre-qualification. We started with standard bidding documents for procurement of large building works. And we have been able to cover general conditions of contracts and also special conditions of contracts. I really want to thank all the participants for their patience, waiting and listening to the various lectures. And I believe that the various knowledge that was gained will be very used in our various offices. However, I want to let us to know that Module 4 continues tomorrow morning. And tomorrow morning, we are going to be starting another section. We are going to be looking at the standard bidding document for goods. Like today, we started with standard bidding documents for procurement of large building works. So tomorrow morning by 9 a.m., we are going to start with standard bidding document for goods. Then thereafter, we are going to talk about contract forms for goods. Then we'll also discuss works and non-consulting services. Then we will wrap it up with a standard bidding document for information technology. So please, I want every one of us, all the participants, to take note of those informations. And by tomorrow, we should be able to have a very good case studies. And from that case studies also, we will be looking at various practical problems relating to all the various sections that we have treated today. So all the facilitators will be around tomorrow to look at those. We'll have case studies in all the various sections. And all the participants will have opportunity to ask questions as well. We use that opportunity to know ourselves. Then I believe by the time we finish the various case studies, it will help all the participants to appreciate Module 4 in a better way. Once again, I want to thank our facilitator, Professor Herbert Moko, for taking time to deliver those two sections and standard conditions of contracts. That's GCC, and that's the general conditions of contract, and also special conditions of contract, SCC. I still want to thank Engineer Dr. FC Njoku, who took us on pre-qualifications, and also myself, who also took standard bidding documents for procurement of large building works. So on this note, I think we can now call a volunteer who can now lead us with a closing prayer so that every one of us can go and rest. Let's also be informed that we are going to have some assignments. So each of these sections has an assignment. We are going to post the assignment, and the student will be expected to attempt it so that it will form the basis of our discussion by the time we meet tomorrow. Once again, thank you for listening and being part of our success story. God bless you. So over to you, Engineer Mike.
Please, can someone lead us?
Oh, sorry, please. Sorry that I didn't acknowledge our logistic officer who has been with us from day one, ensuring that the success of this program is well achieved. So our logistic officer and who is also a project management officer, Engineer Dr. Mike, I really want to thank you for your time and for your commitment on this project. Thank you so much. So over to you.
And the program
I didn't say him. Oh, okay, our program coordinator is there. Professor Benedict Ozurumba, you are highly appreciated. Please, can you just say one greetings to our participants?
I think we should be expecting peace Friday.
Okay. All right. So please, all participants, you have heard from the program coordinator that we are going to be expecting a quiz on Friday. So for those that will be advancing to track B, the information will also be sent out to you on Friday. All right. Thank you once more. I hand over the mic back to Engineer Mike, the logistic officer, who will now hand over the mic to whoever that is going to lead us in closing prayer. I can see a hand up there, Engineer Innocent. Yes, what's the question, please?
We are talking of question. We are talking of prayer.
All right, go ahead with the prayer.
Pray for us. Pray for us.
Okay.
Mary, please pray for us.
Engineer Mike, who are you giving the mic?
Okay. Pray, please.
Who? Who, sir?
Mary.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead and pray, Mr. Benjamin.
All right, we're in prayer. In Jesus' name we pray. Father, we want to appreciate you for a time like this. We thank you for this time that we have also achieved. We want to also thank you for the knowledge and wisdom provided our facilitators, the institute, even the university, and also the coordinators of this program, the participants. We pray that you also expand our knowledge of understanding and give us the resources and time to also cooperate with the program. For in Jesus' mighty name we are praying.
Amen. Thank you so much, Mr. Benjamin Mariga.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Amen. Amen.
If you know you have not put down your name, I close it. I close this. Please, if you know you have not put down your name for attendance, please kindly do so within 5 minutes now before I shut down.
Dr. Joko, rest a check for your own. Rest a check for your own. Actually, what is I'm doing? Well, just to close, not just a kind of have another one now.
Professor Rest, I have you. Up here like this, only pastor, pastor,
Oh, with the pastor.